to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Arthur.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinning.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Arthur.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and my profound apologies for being late again tonight. I'm sorry you guys. Hey Sasha, that has been my face for the last probably 4 days. Is that face, that emoji that's up on the screen right there from Sasha. So good call. I don't know. I don't know why you're feeling that way, but I certainly am. So it's so good to see all of you guys tonight. Show Poodles, thank you for being here. I also saw SI Officer, so good to see you, and Ann Reynolds. And I have the video coming. I just have to really mash things up before I put it out there. And I'll explain more, and especially for the throwback on, the 7 Deadly Sins background. So also I saw Trent. Good to see you, Trent. And Lori. Good to see you, Lori. Also, I saw Town Chat Cafe. Town Chat Cafe has a new channel that she's starting up, so I just want to let you guys know about it. It looks really awesome. She put out a really cute short video about it, so definitely go over and check out Town Chat Cafe. I think it's just Town Chat Cafe, but make sure you put the handle in the chat, Town Chat, please, because I definitely want to support another strong lady. And then we have Little Miss Sharon. Good to see you, Little Miss Sharon. Speaking of strong ladies out there, I also see Deanna D and Jen, Astrology for Mystics with Jen. Also, I see Kiki. I mean, gosh, the list goes on, guys, when it comes to strong women on YouTube. Let me tell you that first and foremost. So let's just put that one out there. Yes, check out Town Chat Cafe, guys. It sounds like it's going to be really fun. And thank you, Town Chat Cafe. Thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership, if I could say it right. If you get a membership from Town Chat Cafe, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. I'm so glad to have you. And so tonight, I have a couple of things planned, but I didn't want to associate some of it with Sebastian. Hey, Kathy Bartholomew, even though unfortunately it has been associated with Sebastian's case, and it really is the reason why I couldn't come up here while I was hot-headed, right? I couldn't do that. I'm not going to do that. Hey, is Bill Barbone here? Do we have Bill Barbone in the house? We do. Hey, Detroit. Good to see you. We're always glad to have you or Bill anytime. Bill is a dragon too. Let him know. I can see you guys like flying around Detroit. That's hilarious. But it's so good to see you guys. I miss you guys whenever I'm not up here. I'm also doing a lot of research too. So sometimes when Sebastian's case gets really heavy for me, I'll go to another case, right? Which is weird. I understand. It's just my thing. And so I go to another case, or maybe I might watch something really funny on TV or something. But I've been looking into, again, the Watts case. So just deep diving into that case where, mainstream media kind of meets YouTube, and YouTube definitely seems to, and even shout out to TikTokers, Instagram, anybody that's out there kind of bad to the Bill Barbone. Oh my gosh. And see, just when I think I can have a horrible attitude when I come up here, I see all you lovely people. And thank you, Jen, for dropping our friend Town Chat in the comment section here. Thank you. Or in the chat, excuse me. But yeah, just when I think I can be serious and not silly when I'm up here, you guys, always make me laugh too. So it's so good, it's so good to be up here as well. But I am gonna have to go a little bit serious because it's upsetting to me, and sometimes I'll internalize things, you know what I mean, and process through things before I just decide to come up here and run my mouth, because I've lived with this mouth for 42 years, and I understand how incredibly blunt I can be at times, or sometimes I'm not thinking about other people's feelings and I'm mad, right? So it's just never good to have a heated conversation. I've had to learn that the hard way in the past, as like I said, my mouth has gotten me into trouble before. And so, I try really hard to do that. I'm only human, as all of us are human, right? We're all the same. This is not a cartoon up here. This is a child's missing case to me. I don't know what other people think. Sometimes I wonder if it is easier to just think that, this isn't real, or that it's a big joke. And I'm the first one to be silly, right? But so I'm not faulting anybody at all for that, not even myself. But I think that there has been some very wretched goings on in Sebastian's case. And if I'm representing him well, I want to make sure that those things are known. And I was late tonight because it was just brought to my attention at the last minute that there's yet another scammer out there who tried to scam my channel in the beginning. when I started going live. And he's out there. His name is Rich and Ruby. And, you know, I have receipts from a family member, and I also have a person that's willing to come up and talk about it if that's something that's interesting to all of you, which I don't think it is. I think it's more interesting about these children and the cases and trying to find Sebastian, most importantly. But if we want to do that, we can do that, because I'm not playing anymore with this. I again, joined Mom Marissa and the ladies Hindsight and BMW Coupe tonight. And, you know, to my dismay, I hear that she's having trouble on YouTube. For what? Because they're not monetized. So that's always a big reason to harass and stalk and be rude to people and go real life on them, right? If they're monetized and they're making money on their channel. So what's the problem? Seriously, I want to know what the problem is. And why on earth are you inserting yourself into a missing child's case? So Elizabeth, and I wanted to make sure I was getting the name right, because this beautiful little girl's name was Lyric Cook, right? Morrissey, and her cousin Elizabeth Collins, both deceased. Hey, Mallycat, both deceased. And this person, Rich and Ruby, was supposed to have gotten information that he promised the father, and he never received it. And I have receipts from the father saying that. The father, who was also like a father to the cousin. So we were going to do a whole live on that, but then, you know, I was going through my own turmoil and things like that. But my girl's ready to come up and speak what happened to her with Rich and Ruby. So, you know, just fair warning. Stop with the bullshit, because that's not true what you have about Sebastian, and quit trying to make people think that you have insider knowledge when you don't. That's misinformation. Now, I don't know about this other situation that was spoke about on a channel, Voices of Truth. I respect these women tremendously. If they weren't on tonight, I don't think that I would have this type of motivation, and also like the good feeling I have in my heart that needed to be restored. Because let me tell you something, when you're on YouTube and you put yourself out here and you come up here every single night, or whenever you come up here and you are willing to put yourself out here, you're willing to tell your opinions, you're willing to tell how you feel and think about something, I can't think of a more vulnerable position to put yourself into. Right? Because we're vulnerable as it is, especially us as women. I'm not saying that men aren't vulnerable as well, but as women, we are more vulnerable creatures as it is. So we go down to the corner store, and this is coming from someone else that I love dearly, my beautiful friend, Hey Jude, my beautiful, fantastic, couldn't have my channel be what it is without her, Hey Jude. Okay? She has never betrayed me. She has never stabbed me in the back. She's never stabbed me in the front. But I'll tell you what, she's the kind of person that would stab me in the front and not in the back. And I appreciate the hell out of her for it. Much love and respect. Much love and respect. Because if you're willing to do something behind my back or say something behind my back, just might as well say it to my face, because I can take it. What I don't like is somebody like Sebastian Rogers, who's a 15-year-old child who's missing, and people just keep playing shit games in his case. There's no place for it. Hey, Sabrina, no place for it. Because it's a distraction away from what we should be trying to figure out is where he's at. Where is Sebastian? What could have happened to him? What time did he leave the Texas Roadhouse? Exact time. Because another one of my good friends wants to map out what could have happened to this child. There are people out there that are working so very hard behind the scenes, who are not making shit up, who are actually doing the research and showing receipts. So why, again, do we have this nonsense? Why are mods being attacked? Why are people in the chat, chatters, subscribers, being harassed and bullied? Why? Because they have an opinion? Because they want to be here and they want to talk in this chat? Because they want to talk in another chat? If you don't like it, just step away from it for a little bit. You have to. Look, I wasn't in the chats for a reason. I might sit in the bushes and watch people. Yeah, sure. You know, and I love seeing a lot of your comments. I do. I love it. Hey, hindsight. I love seeing a lot of your comments. It makes me laugh sometimes when I'm just sitting here watching, you know, but I completely disconnected from YouTube for a couple of days. That's how much it hurt my soul. And I'm here to tell you, I'm my own peacekeeper. I am my own peacekeeper. So I needed to take a step back. I needed to reflect. I needed to pray by myself, talk to my close friends, make sure they're safe, because Chris Proudfoot wants to make sure he gets all of our information. And I hope that's not to that extreme. But guess what? I don't care if you have my information. You could take it and shove it up your ass, because it doesn't make a fuck to me. What I care about, who I care about, is Sebastian. And it's never going to stop. I'm never going to stop researching it. When somebody shows me Katie putting an earbud into her ears and then another earbud on the other side, you're damn right I'm going to watch it. I am going to watch it, and there's nothing you can do about it, and I'm going to comment on it as much as I possibly can. I'm going to analyze it as much as I can, because up until this point, no one noticed that except for Chris from the Mob Crew. Shout out to him. We've analyzed and analyzed and analyzed these pieces of footage, and yet we're still finding new things. That shows me a true motivation to find out what happened to Sebastian Rogers. Where are you, Chris and Katie? Trolling people on YouTube, mainly women. Trolling women on YouTube. That makes you feel like a big man? Because I'm not afraid of you. I think you're a little penis wrinkle is what I think. That's what I think. It would have been way worse if I would have came up in the last couple of days. Trust me. And if anybody thinks that you're impervious to this and that it can't happen to you, think again. Think again. Because if I was facing the type of allegations that Mr. Proudfoot was facing, I might be quite defensive myself. I might lawyer up to Katie if I was the last one with my son before he went missing. Hey, Holly S. You know, if it wasn't for YouTubers looking at the Chris Watts footage from the neighbor Nate next door, no one would have seen Chris bringing out and putting things into his car, things I'm talking about his family that he annihilated, into his vehicle. If it hadn't have been for that surveillance footage, Chris could have said that anything happened to the girls in Shanann. Because he also said that Shanann did that to the girls and then he took her life. So let's not forget. We can't trust when somebody has guilty knowledge that they're going to tell the truth because they're covering their own ass. Hey, Blessed. You know what? I mean, it's just human nature. It's what any of us might do, right? Say there was a horrible accident and none of this was meant to happen. Do you think that self-preservation may kick in? I think it would. We saw it with that mother of the beautiful little child. James Hutchinson is his name. He was 6 years old when his mother said, I mean, she confessed to taking his life, and then they threw him into the river, the Ohio River. That when investigators went to search it, said that it looked like chocolate milk, meaning you couldn't see through it. It was so murky. He still hasn't been found. He still hasn't been found. You know? So if it wasn't for people looking into that video, because again, Chris Watts confessed, so the police didn't have a reason to open up an investigation and go through a whole trial and take out everybody's tax dollars and do that. It's extremely expensive to charge somebody, especially for a triple, they got him on a triple homicide, right? Should have been a quadruple because of baby Nico. In my humble opinion, that's what I believe. I believe that Nico's life is just as important as a child who's breathing air. That is my opinion. I understand that's a tough, touchy subject. I'm not trying to get into that debate. Not tonight anyway. Again, subjects are open to be discussed here. Mama Rissa did a wonderful job of articulating exactly how I was feeling about a lot of the situations that I was going through. And unbeknownst to me, she was going through the exact same thing. Hey, Haunting Hope. And you know, it's really unfortunate because many of us can forgive. Many of us can move on. Many of us can have a disagreement and, you know, and then we can work it out, right? And it doesn't have to be nasty. It doesn't have to be ugly. We can talk it out because we're adults, because that's, you know, where we've evolved and come from since we were in, like Mama said, high school. And sometimes it's like grade school out here. Like, we're not children. We have children. Some of us have grandchildren, right? Yeah, and you know, the bullying is like off the hook. I don't understand it. It's like what good are you doing, and how does that make you feel good? Because I get so mean. I am to the point where I feel bad for the things that I say after I say them when I'm that mad. That's why I don't want to come up here and be a jerk. Because I can be a jerk. Any of us can. Everybody has a breaking point. Seth said that in the chat tonight. Everybody has a breaking point. When somebody's poking and pushing and pushing and pushing, it's inevitably going to happen, right? Somebody's going to come out and say, no, that's not how it is. They're going to stand up for themselves, and I hope they do. I love seeing strong women. Look, shout out to all the guys out there, especially the ones that, you know, care and that are here for the right reasons, right? Shout out to you guys. But as a woman to woman, I don't want to see women who are scared and afraid to rock the boat and like, oh my gosh, if I say it. I was that person for a long time. I wasn't always that way. I grew up tough. But when you're broken down constantly and abused, that's what you become. And I'm going to tell you, it took a long time for me to build up the confidence that I have. And again, I'm still not perfect. It's triggering to me. Trent, thank you. Prime example. But, you know, thank you for being here, Trent. And, you know, and we have so many good guys in here that have such great, like, insight into things that maybe us ladies don't know, right? Because we have different interests than guys, things like that. I mean, not to say that there's people that don't have, you know, interests or whatever that is stereotypical from the opposite sex. I'm not saying that. Hey, Kylie's nail candy, but hindsight says Trent is a talent. He hides well. I believe that because he's always busting things out in the chat, and I'm like, dang, you know, thank you. That's, you know, I agree with that. Yeah. And, you know, and I don't think that we need to become complacent in this, because here's the thing. It's already gotten so out of control in Sebastian's case. And he doesn't deserve it. I mean, it should be like, let's figure out what happened here. Let's all work together. Let's find a solution. So that way we could take on another kid's case who also needs us to find them. Like Summer Wells. She is a prime example. 4 years and she's still out there somewhere. Oh, and there's people who want us to forget. There's people, again, I get reminders of that, you know, and I appreciate when people share information with me. Hold on one second, guys. Okay, sorry guys. Django either agrees with me or he highly disagrees. I don't know which one. Either way, I don't want people to be afraid to rock the boat. I want people who are willing to be like, hey, this is what I believe in. This is what I stand for. And that's a good thing on either side of it. It's just about being respectful. When you stoop to the level of calling someone a name, that says more about you than it does about them. It makes you look ugly and nasty, right? Because I'm guilty of it too. Why do you think I kept my mouth shut? You know, Cinderella says, good dog. I know, Cinderella. I try not to get too onto him, you know, like I don't ever holler at him for it because it's like, you know, he's doing his job. He's keeping me focused, right? He's keeping me safe. I hear you, twists and turns. I'm in that mood too. You know, I've simmered down a lot. And again, like I said, when I go over and I watch a show, creators like Voices of Truth, right? It's like I'm refreshed and motivated, and it's like I know what my focus is. I get to refocus, right? And that's what's really hard sometimes, because you know I am, you know, stuck in this algorithm. Thank you, Lori. I'm stuck in this algorithm where I saw someone's feet, and I don't give a crap what people's feet look like, okay? And if somebody's feet have an ailment, I feel sorry for them, okay? And I'm praying that their feet get better. I don't know what the hell this was put on my thing for. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. And please don't say who it is in here, because I just don't want to make anybody feel bad. You know, I mean, there's a reason why we don't take pictures of our own feet and put them up here. You know what? Little Miss Sharon, good to see you. Thank you so much for your super sticker. That's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. And you guys are so amazing. I couldn't keep going up here if it wasn't for the support that I get for the channel, right? Because obviously, I would need to have some sort of a job, obviously, right? But I really want to focus every bit of time and energy that I have, the rest of the time that I have on this planet, to a cause that I think is so much more worthy. It just is. Jen, thank you. Thank you, Jen. Jen says, thank you for being willing to stand up for the truth when it comes to these cases. I have to, Jen, you know, like I really try to stand on that. Now, if somebody sends me something and they say, you know what, Lady Freedom, I think you got it wrong, I'm going to look at that too. And I understand that my friends Hindsight, Mama Marissa, and BMW Coop, they are people who are going to do the same thing and be fair about it. You know, I mean, that's all we can ask is like, as a respect, right? Is just to like, hear me out, listen to what I have to say. Hey, Robini, I see you dabbing in the chat. You know, that's all we can do for each other, because that's respectful, right? If somebody says, look, Lady Freedom, this is what I think, and I'm just like, oh, whatever, you're stupid. Like, that's rude as hell, isn't it? I mean, am I wrong? You know, no, to have a nice respect for somebody, you say, okay, let me take a look at it, right? If somebody has an issue or something, you say, hey, let's take out some time to talk about it, right? It might not be right that second, but eventually talk about it, you know, and maybe when cooler heads prevail. Sasha says, maybe we need a protest that makes national news. We have people all over the country. We should organize a nationwide protest so Trump notices it. Yeah, Sasha, I think that's a beautiful idea. You know, we got to look into seeing how we could do that. A national protest. I don't know how we would do that. But, you know, nothing is impossible, right? Where there's a will, there's a way. I think that's a great idea. The more people that come together for a common cause, the better. Hey, WV Holler Girl. You know, and it makes it really, really hard if we, hey, Don Oswald, if we just like disregard each other, right? And be like, well, you know, everything that I did matters more than everything that you did. That's not true. We're all equally working hard on this. If we're really putting our best foot forward and we're really trying, right? I guess we could say there is no try, there's only do, right? If you're doing things, writing letters, out there searching, talking and bringing awareness, spreading the flyer virtually, tacking the flyer up somewhere, everybody's part of that solution. You know, it doesn't matter. And yeah, we might sit our asses up here, but we're actually talking about a child who's missing, and we're bringing in receipts and facts and research. That takes so much time and energy, guys. It really does. It really does. And a lot of times, too, it takes expensive software to achieve the results of being able to really look very clearly and closely. It also takes a certain bit of knowledge on what we're looking for and at, you know, and the problem with all of the threats and all of the nastiness and us going after each other in any capacity, it doesn't matter what, you know, which, you know, side we're on or whatever. It just hurts a lot more when it's a friend. It hurts a lot more when you thought you knew somebody or you thought that they were your friend and then they stab you in your back. I know what that feels like. It doesn't feel good. It actually hurts really bad. Really bad. But, you know, there's also a certain side of me that says, you know what? If you want to hurt me that bad, then you don't get to know how badly you hurt me. But I just see my friends being hurt like that, and it hurts my heart even worse for them than it does for my own self, because I know for a fact that nobody deserves that. So, and you know, I'm going to speak up about it because, again, I'm not going to become complacent, and I don't think that it's looking for the truth if none of these subjects are off limits. But I'm here to tell you that I had someone that I was working with behind the scenes, and because Chris Proudfoot is trying to get everybody's personal information and it's being sent to him over live streams, apparently, allegedly from what I've heard secondhand, then yeah, I can understand that, because this guy is known to be dangerous and likes to go after women. He is known to attack anyone who speaks about his truck, about his mother, about his whereabouts, about his wife, anything. But he's okay to get up here and bash Sebastian and say some of the most rude and ruthless things that I've ever heard come out of a parent's mouth, let alone a step-parent. I mean, it's awful. Town Chat Cafe, I love you. You're so funny. No, you guys don't have to do that. Look, I'm really tough, and here's the thing. I am sensitive. And I do take things to heart, and I do wear my heart on my sleeve, and I'll never be any other way, because this is just how I am and how I've always been. But again, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, I love really deeply, and so that anger level gets off the charts too. And I'm the first one to admit something like that. You know, that's why I know when I have to sit back and process and realize, you know, look, I'm angry right now, and in a little bit I won't be, right? After I can process and sit and think, right? But I mean, we have to put our brains ahead of things sometimes. We have to. It's difficult. I know. It's an emotional case. These cases are emotional. It's terrible to talk about a 6-year-old losing their life. It's terrible to think about a 5-year-old out there missing and still hasn't been found. It's horrible. It's horrible to think of a 15-year-old or even a 50-year-old. You know, we're people with lives and children and people who love us and care about us and friends. Twist and Term say, I say a protest in front of Sumner County Sheriff's Department. Yes, and I think that is definitely in the works. And as soon as that is going to happen, absolutely. And we can all show up for that. And that's something that is the least that we can do, right? Because even though I know, like, politics are something that people don't like to get into, right? I particularly don't either, because it's a lot. But it's important. We've even watched that happen in Sumner County, you know, a sheriff that runs unopposed, and here he is unopposed. And so he gets the position, and he doesn't do much besides, you know, want for a raise. When Sebastian's still missing, I would feel undeserving if it was me. I would feel like I was already pretty much given this position and it wasn't earned. And so I would never have the audacity to ask for something like that. Excuse me, Eric Craddock. Oh, hindsight. I mean, seriously, this is it. If we could all put our minds together instead of get offended personally, we can find answers, and we all have so much to offer each other. That is so well said. So well said. You know, and I think it's really important to discuss and go over the things that they don't want us to say. Because to me, it speaks volumes about what's really going on here. Hey, Angela. You know, it says volumes about it. Look at the video of the cat and don't look at the video, the flashlight video. Are you kidding me right now? Let me share this with you as well. Because I'm done talking about those cretins. So, this is a post from Facebook, right? And this was on the morning that Sebastian went missing. There was allegedly this Facebook group, right, for the neighborhood. Everybody pretty much was involved in the small little area, right? Bobby was an admin, from my understanding, the neighbor, and we all kind of know who Bobby is. Now, it says, and this is Katie, who posted this post. That was also corroborated by Bobby's statement. So I just kind of want to throw her out there again. Emergency. Please, if anyone has a camera footage, please, if anyone has a camera, please check it between midnight and 6. Okay, midnight and 6. My son is missing. Please, if you can check anything that may help find him. He's 5'5", blonde hair, autistic male. Okay, and then you can also see that one of the top commenters says, my camera did not show anything last night. I'm on Kellen. And we kind of are familiar with Kellen. Kellen's the main road that goes in to Victoria Place. And then as you go, there's, you know, different little courts and cul-de-sacs within the subdivision itself. But paying attention to the midnight to 6. So that would be 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. Katie wanted them to look specifically at that time frame, right? To see if Sebastian went missing then. Why does she think that he went missing at midnight? Because according to Katie, he went to bed at 9. There was a thud at 10, later added to the story. And then we also have the midnight to 6 being told to Nina. And then in the very first interview with Duchess for the Missing, there was a direct quote that came from Chris Proudfoot that said between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m., he basically vanished. He basically vanished. And then Katie goes, none of his shoes were missing. He didn't take his phone. And she sounds about like this, you know, in my opinion, faking it till she makes it. I mean, what's up with that? They keep telling us 12 to 6, 12 to 6. Nina says 12 to 6 is what Chris told her. Sometime in that time period. If you don't know where he went, you don't know why he walked out the door. How could you pinpoint that time frame for one? Just one, putting it out there. And I get it. People might say, but what about the fact that she's missing her son? She just realized it, right? So obviously she's saying emergency, right? This is an emergency, telling everybody to check their camera footage, but she's giving them a specific time frame. Why would she do something like that? And more importantly, why is her PI now coming out asking about this specific time frame before what Katie was wanting to look at, right? So in other words, he wants us to look at 10:17 p.m. on the night of the 25th. not 12 to 6, right? We don't want you to look at the 12 to 6 anymore. Don't look at that one. No, no, no. Nope, we don't want you to look at that one. As a matter of fact, we'll threaten everybody that wants to look at that one, including Nancy Grace herself, in my opinion. Right? So they want us to look at the 1017, and then they wanted us to look at this about 1218 or 1217ish, right? AM, where somebody's walking the dog. So we got the dog and the cats. Look at these. Look at what's going on over here. But don't worry about 12 and 6 a.m. anymore. But in the very beginning, that's what they wanted us to look at. Between midnight and 6. How can they say that? How can they say that specific time frame? Sasha Johnson says, in each state, people will meet at a central location, stand outside for hours screaming Sebastian's name, and call the news to make sure that they're there. Blah, sorry, that they are there. That is a fantastic idea. I would be down to do that here in Florida. I would be down to do that here in Florida. And I also know a few other people that would be down to do that here in Florida. So I think that that is something that we can definitely put together. Like go to the town hall or something, or the sheriff's department, or somewhere. I'm picking up what you're throwing down, Sasha. Yeah. Yeah. Because I mean that would, have people doing it there in Tennessee as well. Kiki, I ain't scared. I know. And blast Huckleberry. and we have to be each other's Huckleberries, we do. Even if we don't agree, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. That's how we come to better answers, right? That's how we find the truth is through everybody. Because you guys are so smart. That's why I love reading your comments. Because I understand that, that might be, not the real way to kind of run the channel and stuff. And, I get the algorithm and some of that stuff, but I like it because you guys are so smart and intuitive and you care. Robbie said, I said we should do a Hands Across America for Sebastian and all wear green. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Have the green ribbons. I mean, those things are really easy to kind of put together, and it's not expensive. It's an inexpensive way. Plus, as I know a guy, Rabini, that would get the news attention. Yeah, it would. It would get their attention. It would show them that we're all here, and that we were all able to do this all collectively. I think it's a great idea. I really do. Sasha says, has anyone in the neighborhood seen that vehicle since Sebastian went missing? Should we protest about this in front of their house? No. But I mean, I do think, I don't know. And I'm assuming you're talking about the gray vehicle or the silver vehicle in the neighborhood. This is a good one to kind of look at here. And I love Chris's face right there too. It's hilarious. I mean, not really, but it's just like, come the F on, really. But that's another view of it. I don't know if the neighbors have, they say, even Bobby said it was a mysterious car. So here's the thing. I mean, it sounds like it's a foreign car in her opinion, being the OG neighbor. In my opinion, that's true. Holly S says, in my opinion, there's something fishy about that back neighbor, the cop. Yeah, well, that's someone that apparently didn't want to give up the camera footage. Now, whether that's correct or not, I don't know. But it's also alleged that he was saying things like, oh, it's bad, it's so bad. And he's over there friends with Katie on Facebook, or it was at the time when I screenshotted the information, also friends with the person who found the pants. that Lego Diego dog. I feel like we might be stuck with, I feel like we could be stuck with him, Sasha. We should be one for this child. Absolutely, hindsight, Town Chat Cafe. I mean, that's what it's going to take for us to piece the puzzles together, because there might be information that somebody has really ruled out that we don't know about, right? Or that one of us has already done extensive research on and is like, look, unequivocally, this is what I feel, this is what I think, this is what I can show you. And that's gold, right? Because that way, at least we can analyze that and make up our own minds about it. But if people just come up here and spout things off, and look, it's not a bad thing to have a couple of different options and opinions as well, because there's something to consider, Hey, Scranton. And Town Chat says, what if by chance he was taken before then, like around 11 or 11:30? Could that be a possibility? Well, here's the thing. Allegedly, in my opinion, Town Chat says, yeah. I mean, here's my thing on it. I just think that there would be some sort of footage of that event, because all of these cameras are motion activated. So if we think about the fact that they're motion activated, that it would just take a light, it would just take movement for them to create an event on the camera system, right? Whether it's a Ring camera, whether it's a Nest camera, any of those. They that's how they kind of operate, right? They're like always running, but then when an event pops in, that's when they start recording that particular event. So that way, whoever's camera it is, they can look back on events. So like I used to use mine a lot more in this regard when I was at home, and it was just like, the dogs at home and stuff. And so it would do that. It would basically, it was linked up to the cell phones, and what it would do is it would record all the time, but then it would send out different events based on something that happened, right? Like a motion triggered event. So say something walked in front of it, like even like a cat or whatever, then that would trigger the event, and it would record from there, and then it would send it to the phones, and I could look at it and whatnot. So that's just kind of how they work. And then knowing that, I just, I'm not saying that there were, well, I guess I can say this for certain. Eric Craddock himself said that there was no sign or scent of Sebastian on day 4 of the press conference when he came out, right? And then he also said that several times after the fact. And he said that there's no evidence that Sebastian left the house, right? But he told Nick Barris the flashlight video is in Sebastian's case file, and that it could be relevant later, that we don't know what we don't know. So in my opinion, I think that either he has information and he's holding it close to the vest, or there is no proof that Sebastian, he's not been caught on any of the Ring cameras or any of the Nest cameras or any of the surveillance in the neighborhood. And if that's the case, and the only thing that we have is that flashlight video where, the flashlight meets the light source and goes back to the house from the house, in my opinion, that's when Sebastian had to have left the house. Otherwise, he'd still be in the house with Katie. That's what it really comes down to for me. And, I understand if people don't agree with that. That's okay. That doesn't mean we can't kick it. That doesn't mean that you can't be friends, right? Because look, we have, as human beings, we're complex. We have many other things that we in common interests and all of that. We could be both a wonderful, great person and disagree on something. That doesn't mean you're a horrible person because you disagree. What's horrible is going real life, being an asshole, giving Chris Proudfoot anybody's information. He's a cretin, especially a woman's information. It's disgusting and bogus. It's gross. Hey, Tina girl, good to see you. And Bo, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just, on one tonight. Yeah, I'd like to know this. This is my question too. I have questions like this, right? Dawn says, tell me why KK got so upset about the Texas Roadhouse video being released. I don't understand that either. I think that she was afraid for us to see the dynamic at the table. I think she was afraid to see that dynamic at the table. I mean, look, Sebastian didn't look like he was having a good time at all. As a matter of fact, she was very dismissive of him, which was undeserved, in my opinion. She treated him like he was second class, in my opinion. And all I can say is, how dare you, Katie? How dare you? And then how dare you go up there and complain about the footage that his father decided to get? What is on there that you're so worried about? And then we're analyzing this footage and we realize there's dynamics involved. There's weird people coming in and out. It's not like there's like a construction guy that's like come in and having one beer and leaving, right? That would be normal to me. If a lady came in a nice business suit and she met up with a guy at the bar and they had a martini together and a freaking nacho sampler platter, shit, I wouldn't think anything of it. I'd be like, oh, those two are out to eat, right? They met up after work. Could be a first date, could be a husband and wife meeting and they're going to go home or whatever. To me, that is not suspicious. But when you go into the establishment, you have nothing to drink or eat, you just use the bathroom, it's odd. I'm not saying it's, they're involved. I'm saying it's odd. And there's something that I believe that they didn't want to see, Dawn. And I love that. Is that a beagle? I love that your avatar is so cute. But yeah, I think it's a great, valid question. And it's not to be a jerk. It's just asking, why were you upset about it? Why'd you run up there looking for it? And why didn't Fish Sticks already have it? That's a question that I have for him. If he's a stellar PI and he holds multiple licenses in multiple states, how come he didn't already have that? Why wasn't that on his radar? It's all odd. It's all so odd, Kiki, Bless his raising her hand there. Sasha says it's going to be a big protest. Thousands of people follow this case. Yeah, if we could pull that off and do it all, schedule it for one day to do that, that would be fantastic. I think people would come out for that in a heartbeat. And it would be a way that we could all do it in solidarity, And these are the things that Sebastian deserves to be done for him. Look at his face. How could you not think that he deserves anything but the best? Lady, do me a favor and write 4 letter C's and draw a line above them. That is the secret code where I think they could have. Oh, okay, look for him. I'm sorry. Oh, goodness sakes. Well, look at me with the secret. Secret agent lady. Not really. Look at me. Okay, I will do that. Yeah. Well, that's the problem. Hindsight says Kiki, it is what they do. He is a reserve in Hendersonville. He's also friends with KP and CP. That's the thing. Everything has been very, very friendly, in my opinion. It would be like if I was interrogating my friend. You know, that's why that's not allowed. It's a conflict of interest, because of course you're going to want to take your friend's word for it, right? You're not going to want to think, one, that your friend would betray you or your trust. You also don't want to think badly of your friend, right? Because you don't want to ruin the good things that you had, the good times that you had. So of course, you know, it puts everybody in a very awkward position, and it's not fair. Life isn't fair. But again, you try to keep integrity when it comes to cases, and especially keep integrity when it comes to relationships, or people used to. But I guess it's tough because it's hard to trust. Absolutely, Kiki. I think that we should definitely do it. I think that's a great idea. You know, I think it's a great idea. We'd have to spread awareness in each individual area. I'm thinking about it. My wheels are turning at least. So I'm glad your guys's are too. But yeah, we just have to organize it in our own area and, you know, really be an advocate for Sebastian in that way. And we could do it. I mean, it's not that hard, right? It's just people out there, you know, Sebastian's missing, handing out flyers, just spreading awareness. Hey, look, this child's missing, you know. And it's not about, you know, telling anybody necessarily what we believe happened. It's about saying, here, you know, go look at this case, right? Go look and see what's happening. Look at what's happening to this beautiful 15-year-old, now 16, who has been missing. I think it's been, I'm sorry, 17, 18 months. I almost don't even want to think it's been that long. It sickens me. I used to count the days, and now I'm like counting the months, and like, oh my gosh, here comes Christmas again. You know? And anytime I feel a shred bad for myself, I think about what Sebastian must be going through. Sasha Johnson says it will look like the army showed up. We should wear fatigue green. Sasha, oh man, I can't wait. I love Sasha. Your tenacity is, you know, unparalleled. I love it. That's right. We got to make some noise for Sebastian, and that's the thing. I mean, it's about bringing awareness and being respectful, and you know, representing him well. You know, representing him how he deserves to be represented, not this crud. I mean, I never even thought. Oh, great, Deanna D says I'm in. You know, I never thought that we would have this much sludge. You know, it's not right. He deserves so much better. You know, twists and turns. And it's important to be like I said, aware, even though I know politics can be like, oh, you know, some people are like snooze, or some people are like, wow, it's so frustrating, or again, it's a subject that can really divide people, right? And that's not what we want. We want unity. But we have to remember that these are the powers that be. You know, I mean, obviously a lot of us, you know, answer to a higher power altogether, but the powers that be, I'm talking about the politicians, the ones that are running things, the ones that can help us get things done, the ones that we elected. You know, most of us, you know, most of the time they're elected by the people for the people, right? And a lot of times they'll tell us all these things they're going to do, and then they don't do it. Then we get frustrated, and that's another, you know, point of contention. So I kind of, you know, again, stay away from politics. But at the end of the day, these are the people that make the decisions. Yeah. Well, and then, you know, there's just ties. Hindsight, I believe that there's some ties there. You know, we know that Kathy likes to buy things for certain people in order to get what she wants. I mean, I did not make that up. You know, I don't even think I have that in me to make that up about somebody or put that onto somebody, you know? And again, when I'm talking about what's been being alleged out there about this warrant and everything, Nobody knows that. And that's something against Mr. Foot. And you guys all know how I feel about him. I feel like he's a big ass bully. But at the end of the day, I'm still not prepared to lie on him or allow for somebody to do it who I know is a liar. Mama Bear says Katie Proudfoot, mother of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, provided no picture of her or her son on the first post. She's following directions, continuing to play along. She's wicked women from hell, in my opinion. I mean, it's weird that she didn't put a post up there. I agree with a picture. I agree that, you know, it was not something that you would expect out of a frantic mother. I will say that I will consider the fact that maybe with her military training, she's used to kind of shutting off emotions and going through, you know, and staying calm. Okay. I'm trying. But, you know, I mean, I'm there with you, Mama Bear. You know, it's like she didn't even say my son Sebastian's missing, right? What's the first thing if you see a child, and she didn't give us a picture, allegedly, I agree. What are you going to say to the kid? Hey, kid. No, you say his name. You tell it, you say, Sebastian, is that you? Hey, honey, is your name Sebastian? That's what you might say to him. Come up to him, call him. You don't know. He's autistic. You know, you have to keep your tone lower. You have to come at him and maybe not look him right in the face, you know, maybe give him that respect. Not everybody knows that. Not everybody's going to know because he's unique, and that's how the spectrum works. Everybody is different, all of us. But the one thing we have in common is being human. That's right. Sasha Johnson, Sebastian's army, all within the law. I'm sure naval officers would respect that, right? I think so. I think there would be a lot of law enforcement officers who would come out to support that. I do. I do. I think that when they see a missing child, it hurts their heart just as much as it does ours. And they want nothing but for justice to be served and to get to the bottom of things. Thank you, Bo, for the green hearts. Yeah. Yeah, it's about Sebastian, you know, and I can't feel sorry for people who were with him last who have, you know, done nothing but drag this case through the mud and turned it into a damn circus. You don't go to the hate channels, you know, I call them the Krama channels, you know, that's what they call themselves, okay, you're Krama. I don't see a point in Krama, in my opinion, because we're already dealing with the toughest elements imaginable. Even when I go back and I watch videos about Shanann and Chris Watts, I look at the family dynamic. I look at the fact that Shanann was involved in an MLM. I look at the fact that Shanann was a little bit above her, ahead of her time in terms of mommy influencers and things like that. I think that Shanann was incredibly hardworking. I think that she loved her family. I just think that she also exhibited many toxic traits. Now, is Shanann here to defend herself? No, she is not. Did what happened to Shanann, Nico, Bella, and Cece, I mean, did they deserve that no matter what the dynamics were? Hell no. But it's important to examine these things, because if you look at a guy who is seemingly a normal person and he snaps and kills his entire family, I think there's something to look at there. It's absolutely important. There's no reason why we should not. There's no reason to shy away from it if we can help someone else. If we can identify these things and make it so maybe Chris could have gotten into some counseling like he needed to be. Maybe Shanann needed some counseling. Hell, wouldn't it be nice if they could have both realized what was going on and gotten into couples therapy, and everything would have been great and they would have had a beautiful son to add to their family? Wouldn't that be nice? It's not a perfect world. We can't prevent everything, but we can also not shy away and stay complacent and say, well, I don't want to know about it. Well, that's fine. Don't know about it. But there's people up here that do want to talk about it and who do want to discuss it. And again, when we look at these cases, the true crime sleuth people, my hat's off to people that are willing to sit there and analyze these videos and go over and over with them and put them into different software and see if you can't find more information out, because that's how we know for sure that Chris took those girls to Survey 19. We know it for sure because we see it on neighbor Nate's camera. You know, did neighbor Nate come out and embellish his story? Yes, he did. He even came out on Dr. Oz and said it. He's like, oh, I just wanted to let everybody know, I embellished my story. But he was worried. And I think the reason why he did that is because the cops were kind of dismissive towards him. And he was like trying to, hey, this guy, please, like, yeah, they fight a lot is what he was saying, and which really wasn't true in the grand scheme of things. Maybe he heard them a couple of times, but it wasn't like how, some of us have heard neighbors having knockdown, drag out fights in their backyard or even across the road or something like that, right? It wasn't like that. But again, he felt compelled because of the officers, but, there's no doubt in my mind that the officers had his number. I mean, look at Special Agent. When she got a hold of him, oh, Lord help him. And the funniest part was she ended up dealing with somebody. He ended up dealing with somebody just like his wife, a strong Italian lady. And I was like, you go, girl. But I mean, I have my own thoughts and feelings on that. There's going to be people that are going to say, Lady Freedom, why would you ever say something bad about Shanann? I'm not trying to. I'm just looking at the dynamics. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me. I think Chris Watts is a monster. I think he's right where he needs to be. And I hope and pray that he has no peace for what he did to those beautiful girls. I mean, they're just delightful, hilarious, sweet, were they pushed and pushed and pushed, and grumpy and, made to be put on camera without their consent? Yeah. And I'm not going to discredit that because it wouldn't be fair to them as children. I can't care what the parents feel like when there's these little beautiful children involved. One that didn't even get to breathe his first breath on this earth. Nico. And he's the one that, it was like he didn't even get justice. You know what? Because he wasn't looked at like an actual baby yet. Poor Nico. Think about like the pride you have as a father to have a first son and you do that. I don't get it. It's disgusting. Paige, I don't know about the red car. It's good to have you here. Thank you for being here. I don't know about the red car. Hey, Andrea. I know there was one over, hey, Ann Brock, at the Motel 6 in Clarksville, or was it Goodlettsville? I can't remember now. But the red car, I'm not sure. Because I'm more worried about that silver one, because of how it was in the area at the same time as the flashlight video. Yeah, she says it's not the first time it's happened before, right? Like or she talks about it like it's, a regular occurrence almost. I agree, Sasha. And again, if you think it's an emergency, the first thing that I think of when I think of an emergency is calling 911. I'm sorry. And that might be a civilian, thing on my part, because I'm not military, so I don't know what they think of first off. I try to put myself in that position, knowing they have the training. So I think to myself, well, if I had this kind of communications training, or if I had this training, in terms of a mission, right? Because this would have been a mission. Let's think about it. They only have from 7 o'clock at night, right, until 6 o'clock in the morning. We may think that's a lot of time, but I mean, if you're trying to quote unquote get rid of someone, or quote unquote, get them out of the house without anybody knowing what happened, then yeah. And again, I am never going to say unequivocally that I think Sebastian isn't with us anymore until I know for sure. It pains me to even think about it. Kiki says we don't know what we don't know. Keeps telling the public not to make assumptions. Yeah, but he operated off of an assumption, and that's kind of why we're here, you know? That's kind of why we're here. You know, and it is unfortunate to think like that, you know, because we want to think that, you know, law enforcement's going to be on it, they're going to do everything. But again, when I put myself into Eric Craddock's position, right, and even some of the other officers that were there, now I can't speak for what they thought of, but if I walked into the house of Chris and Katie Proudfoot and everything was in order and they had food and, you know, I'm dealing with military personnel, I myself may want to empathize with them, you know, just as a human being. But then if I think about what some of these officers encounter, you know, roaches crawling all over the wall, feces, and the kids are dirty and they have, you know, they're beat up and, you know, and this sort of thing, I understand that that's gonna, you know, I mean, you realize kind of what to look for when you have that type of experience with things. What halts me is that they were so narrow-minded. You know, it's okay to have a bit of tunnel vision and think what you're thinking, but you also have to make sure you're looking at it from every angle. So I don't understand why that wasn't done, except for if they only just took Chris and Katie's word for it. Oh, I understand that completely, Sasha, and I feel that too, you know. I don't think I could hold a conversation with these people. They seem like morons, in my opinion. Well, and that's what's hard. You know, when you're not dealing with somebody, even with a full deck, or if you're not dealing with somebody who is, you know, whenever you do a low blow or something like that, you know, it kind of, I mean, it's one of those things, you know. It's like I said, it's the fastest way to stop a conversation is being like, well, I think you're stupid and ugly. It's like, well, let me tell you something. Anybody could lose weight. Anybody could get plastic surgery. Anybody could make their appearance look different. You know, bigger lips, Botox, in the, you know, so you don't got wrinkles, you know, whatever it is. You know, you could get, shoot, they have it all the time on the TV out here. It's like tummy tucks and stuff like that, right? So you could get a facelift. You could do, but guess what? If your soul is ugly and dirty and sold, guess what? It ain't gonna matter what you look like. It doesn't matter. If your heart and your soul is ugly, then God help you. Because anybody could change their outward appearance. You know, somebody could go down to the gym and start bodybuilding every day, you know, and drinking protein shakes and shit like this. I mean, anybody can do it. But it takes a lot more to work on yourself as a person and self-reflect and understand that nobody's perfect, not even yourself. Give people grace, give people empathy, give people a chance. You know, don't give them too many because then you'll end up like me. But, you know, but at a certain point, we have to just agree to disagree or, you know, and don't go for that cheap shot because that's all it is. And really, it just shows that other person, you know, doesn't have a great outlook on themselves. It shows their insecurity more than anything. And that's what they don't get. Now we have a whole nother level when it comes to a bully, you know. You finally get to be a granny, Twist and Turn says. That's wonderful. I bet you are excited. I wear my heart on my sleeve too. Tomorrow is getting things out for baby Chloe's needs. Oh, that's so sweet. I love the name Chloe too. That's so lovely. Oh, and baby girls are just precious, right? Because like there's so much that comes along, you know, with that, like, you know, little dresses, little socks, and cute little hair stuff. And aw. Bless her, she ate all the rolls, in my opinion. Katie, you know what? That's why she was so upset. She didn't want us to see her eating all the rolls, not sharing. Oh Lord, you know, Bless. It's that was shocking to me. I'm going, at first I was thinking Katie didn't eat at all, because we were getting the videos piece by piece. So I went back and I watched one of my videos and I realized, I'm like, oh yeah, and this just made me think of it. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. So this was, before, and she was eating like fries or something, maybe she got an appetizer, and I couldn't figure out and I still can't figure out why Sebastian brought Katie for steak. Unless he does really enjoy the salmon there and he maybe did want to eat there. But, twists and turns. Yes, that was that was very kind. And that was my attitude too. I'm like, morons, no, how about fuck sticks, right? you know. Well, and that's it too. I agree, Robbie. What kid has a great time running errands and shopping for groceries at 15? Honestly, in my opinion, I know there's times where I don't even want to shop for groceries as an adult. I'm like, do I have to? Can I just like hit a food truck or something? Is that okay? Because I mean, good night. I don't want to go anywhere. You know what I mean? Or I don't have any time. But yeah, I always thought that to be odd too. And Katie said something like, when she backtracked, she's like, well, Sebastian likes to eat the samples. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I can see that. I mean, I like to eat the samples too. That's the only way I'd probably be motivated to be there. So it was a good save. I don't know if it was true or not. I mean, who doesn't like to eat? I don't know. I do. So, but you're right. No kid, I mean, especially a boy, I would think would be like, Mom, really? Do I have to go? Um, but he could have been incentivized by the, arcade, or, well, I guess the original plan was bowling. So, yeah, Sebastian's your child, KP. That's right, Kiki. And that's the problem. It's like, I mean, it's just like when I was getting bashed on another channel because, and so was the chat, by the way, because they were going after, just chatters. It's weird, but Lori's is very odd. But, and I had said something about Katie's nails, and I was like, well, if she got her nails done for some event, how come she can't get her nails done for Sebastian? And furthermore, I was upset because I come up here and I do my nails every single night when I try to talk about Sebastian. I make sure that, I look nice for him and, who I'm representing up here. I'm, other than myself. But yeah, I try to look nice. So I was wondering, as a mom, how come she didn't look her best, right? How come she wasn't trying to, there was some other event that prompted her to get her a full set done, And so what is that? I wasn't trying to nitpick or be petty. I mean, it probably did come off that way. But at the end of the day, I'm just thinking to myself, why can't you make yourself look good for Sebastian when you're going up to talk about him on the year anniversary? And it's not like you're going off talking about him all the time. I would understand that, right? But you're not. So could you at least, I mean, what's going on there? But oh gosh, I mean, you would have thought I said, something horrible. It was a comment about, well, the news just loves to show Chris and Katie's hands. It's kind of weird to me too. I don't know. So maybe I was trying to, divert from that. And, it's not like I said sausage hands or whatever was said. Kiki says my kids would say no. Yeah, exactly. And sometimes as a parent, it's easier to just get in and out of the grocery store. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm like that too, where it's like, when my daughter was little, I would go to the grocery store when she was with her dad at night. I'd go by myself, Oh, he's a peagle? What's a peagle? Oh, he's so cute. Not an opinion. Well, if we look up the word moronic in the dictionary, it's right there. No, I'm just kidding, Sasha. I don't know. I understand that because it is infuriating. I get mad, you know what I mean? But I mean, I will tell somebody why I think it. I try to anyway. I'll be like, well, I think this because of this. everything is odd in this case. I agree, little Miss Sharon. That's the hardest thing, is everything is odd. And nothing is quite adding up, right? Even when we think about what the police have said, what they've come up with for us, you know? No scent, foul play law in Sumner County are fucking morons, in my opinion. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, no scent, no camera. You know, you would think that the last person with Sebastian would be being looked at. Absolutely. I mean, that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. I think that too. No scent would equal foul play. No evidence would equal foul play, right? Somebody cleaned it up. Somebody was good at covering their tracks. You know, I mean, that's just how I think of it. They need to check the embassy to make sure they will be led to the line over the seas. Well, and I mean that's the thing. I think they should be checking everything, and I think even if they checked it once, they need to recheck it again, because at this point, what else can we do before there's nothing? SI officer says the dynamic of the table, the people who went in, the people who went out, what would be exposed, the meeting outside of the restaurant, etc. All of it is very sus. I agree, SI officer. And the thing is that Katie clearly had some sort of interaction with both the yellow jacket guy and the green hoodie. And the interaction was too long, in my opinion, to not raise any eyebrows, and to at the very least not talk to these people, right? The two that she interacted with. The wait staff, yeah, sure. You could interview the wait staff and say, well, what did you think? But I mean, everything that the wait staff saw, we could see on the camera footage. So to me, it's more important to find the individuals that Katie could have had interactions with, which Green Hoodie is the number one for me. Really. I mean, because that interaction is odd for many reasons. One, Green Hoodie just comes from the bushes, like she just generates like she came from a TARDIS, and then she's got to pee, right? And so, but she's standing outside of Katie's and lurking around her car until Katie comes out, and instead of going around because she has to use the bathroom and she's trying to get into the building quick to use the bathroom, she goes right in between with Katie, and then she does some kind of a hand gesture at Katie. I don't know what the hand gesture is, but we see it clear as day. And I also can see them handing something off to each other. Now, I don't know what that something is. Now it's very questionable because of the earbuds, right? Because again, Katie could have had the earbuds in for a multitude of reasons, but it also could have made sure that the mission was complete, right? Like the title of tonight's live, because they could be giving instructions through this earbud, and it could be something that wouldn't be linked to her phone if it was a burner phone or something of that nature, right? Or some kind of communication device. And we know from what we've done researching on the show just here, and I've watched others do it too. Chris from Mob is great with that too. Hindsight and Mama Marissa and BMW Coop from Voices of Truth, great with doing this research, right? So, we know that there are devices that can be homemade, right? We know that Katie is in communications. We know of her military training and background. So absolutely sus, and again, why does Yellow Jacket have a picture of Sebastian on his phone? And like Hindsight was saying tonight, the thing about it is that you can actually, and Mom Marissa was telling about the overlays, you can actually see where the pillars in the background, and the background is the same in the pictures that we see on the Yellow Jacket's phone. I'm the first one to tell you, when I saw the Yellow Jacket, I disregarded it and I was like, let me go find the source. Let me go look it up. I took it from Exactly Dog's video. I zoomed in, everything. I slowed it down, all of that on my own. So I took it from exactly Dog's video, right? And Dog was wanting us to focus on Green Hoodie, which I'm still focused on Green Hoodie. But then there was something more here, and what it was you can see Sebastian's t-shirt first come into view, right? Or you can see it, and then you can see Sebastian come into view, who looks like Sebastian. You can also make out the background. It's not hard. If you look and you listen, you will see it. And I get these things are very pixelated, He's going to overplay his hand, a Holly S. I agree. Yes, exactly. Detroit says Shiz was going down at the Texas Roadhouse, in my opinion. Every time we go back over it, it's more than just an innocent dinner. It's very suspicious, in my opinion. The green hoodie, yellow jacket, pink sweater, KK, and more. And the look on the Sebastian's face says it all, in my opinion. I mean, he was watching Detroit. Like, he was watching like a hawk. And if he hadn't been doing that, I wouldn't have thought much of it, right? But and I understand that. I do believe, not knowing Sebastian, that he is observant, right? You can just see that, like, just watching the footage, that he is observant as it is. But I also picked up from Sebastian that he was very obedient to his mother, very polite, and like he was following after her, right? Like, he followed her lead, not the other way around, right? As would be normal it would be normal for me to see that, right? Little boys love their mothers. They just do. And when I hear these stories, it absolutely breaks my heart. It does, because a lot of times girls are daddy's girls, I mean, nothing pisses me off more than seeing a parent who is in a position of trust betray that child's trust. And I agree. All of the characters at the Texas Roadhouse, there's something more to it. Now, did something go awry? I think maybe something did go awry. I am still stuck where I don't know if Sebastian, was dropped off somewhere. There was a handoff somewhere, right? Possibly even at the gas station. We were talking about that too. Very possibly, right? Because especially if they had listening devices and they were going back and forth with them and communicating, yeah, I can definitely see that. No doubt in my mind, it could have been something where they scoped the area. There was no cameras visible. It was in a rural spot, because even if we look at those 3 different routes that are possible routes from the Texas Roadhouse, one of them is the highway, right? Just to kind of clarify, the 2 other ones are more of kind of like a back way, right? And there's plenty of places where somebody could be, lying in wait, or, I mean, let's just be honest. Katie could have pulled Sebastian out and left him there. I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm just saying it's a possibility. It's something that could have happened, especially if they were communicating, especially if somebody was following them home. We don't know that. We just don't know. But until we do know, I'm not going to discount any of it. That's why I can't speak in absolutes about any of it. Yeah. Oh, I know, Sasha. That's the thing. I get so up in arms about it too. And the crazy part to me is that, especially when, I'll get up here and I'll just be myself. This is just how I am all the time. And people that talk to me, I wish Maman was in the chat, because I talk to Maman all the time. She knows me really well. Same thing with Hey Jude. It's like, if you talk to me, you're like, what you see is what you get, and that's the thing that kills me, because I'm like, what else do you want me to do? But it's like, it's almost like they want to push you out of your character. And so that's why it's like, I got to take a break too, Sasha, girl. I'm like, Let's calm it down. Let's scale it back a little. Simmer down now. Things change. Credit won't be there forever, and it only takes the right person in LE to care. I agree with that, Holly S. I remember you saying that earlier too. Um, I think that's one thing that I can say for certain in my heart when I think about what's going on and I use my head and I use my heart. I really believe that Sebastian's going to be found. That is the hope that I have. I will never not believe that because I believe what you're saying. Things change. I believe it's not easy to hide someone. I really don't. I really don't. And I think the truth will come to light. I do. And so if he's, being hidden in any way, shape, or form, we're going to find him. We're going to find him. And I do believe that. Um, and I pray to God I'm not wrong, you know? Yeah, hindsight. I agree. I agree. And that's why I'm so grateful for you guys doing the work that you're doing. I mean, it's not easy. And sometimes it's really, really difficult when you're looking and looking and looking at something and then, it's like sometimes your eyes cross, you're like, ugh, you know what I mean? And you need to take a step back and it takes time. Um, it does, you know. Well, and I don't think twists and turns, I don't think that, Tennessee is evil or like Tennesseans are. No, I don't think that. I think that evil is everywhere. It just exists. And there's good people that, get caught in the crossfires of it. And it's sad. I mean, a lot of it, we see that on YouTube, even with people who I believe that a lot of those people just say that stuff just to fit in, because they want to fit in with somebody and they don't have maybe real friends in real life or people who care. And so they feel cared about and heard. And so and that's just, again, human nature. They will gravitate towards that. It's like a gang mentality or cult mentality, in my opinion, where it's a disenfranchised person and, they'll just say whatever. I know, Holly S. And that's the one thing that I never want to happen is that anybody forgets about Sebastian. I mean, that's the very least of what I ever want because, for people to get away with this at any capacity is wrong. I don't care what they've done. I don't care if they're a pillar of their community. I don't care. That pillar needs to be taken down. Like you said, things change, rebuild. Yeah, not making the purchases, Raw Beanie. That's the number one thing. You know? Pop-Tarts are good. Pop-Tarts are good. I like the toaster strudels. Those things are the bomb. Those are the bomb diggity. Sasha, Pop-Tarts will help. A lot of us are torqued tonight. We've had enough, man. Twisted turns. I'm telling you, and I think that, you know, I think that is a good motivator. You know what I mean? It is. It's a good motivator. It is. And we need each other to remind each other of little things too, because there'll be things where I'll be watching it and I'll be like, I'll be in a real mad mood, like I kind of was tonight anyway. And then I like go over and watch, Voices of Truth and I feel better. I was like, I feel better now. You know what I mean? Like just in a small way, not with what was shared in the beginning. Trust me, I was like, even like, oh, great, here we go. But it's because it shouldn't be par for the course. It shouldn't be. It should never be like that. It screams that people don't want the truth out there, though. And it's not about like who figures it out. Like, great, whoever figures it out, I hope they do. That's the whole thing. Like, please, by all means. I certainly wouldn't want to be the one to come up here and be like, oh, there's this huge update on Sebastian and this is what happened. Like, because it would hurt me. It would hurt me. It would tear me up to bring that news to you all, to deliver that news to you, because I know how much you guys care. I know that you wouldn't be here night after night for any other reason besides Sebastian. You know, the kids that we talk about, the cases that we talk about, you know, little Summer Wells. You know, I loved seeing so many new faces in here when I talked about Summer Wells. I loved seeing all the people who were still, after 4 years, excited to talk about the case, you know, and just as pissed about what I was hearing, some of it for the first time from Don Wells. You know, we have to be outraged when there's an injustice, because we have to remember that we're not above it. It could happen to any of us. You know, anything bad could happen at any given moment. Life is so fragile, you know. That's why when you have good people in your life, you know, you should value them and not push them away. And I know that there's good people that are working on Sebastian's case, on whatever, if you want to call it the green team, fine. You want to call it Sebastian's army, that's what I call it. But whatever it is, it's the common goal of trying to find Sebastian and find answers, and then find out what happened here and how can we bring justice for this young man. It's been too long for justice not to be an option. Hey, TN Nurse, thank you for being here. TN Nurse says, hey guys, late as usual. Chris and Katie want us to know or think there's no possible way anything happened before midnight, almost as bad as they want us to know or think he was out of town. Why? That is a great question, and I'm so glad you brought it back to that too, TN Officer, because that's another thing I think is really important to consider here. That they're telling us this certain time frame, right? And how would they know if they don't know where Sebastian is, or anything that happened, right? Katie was supposedly asleep at midnight, so you know, yeah, I think that they're saying look at this time frame and not at this time frame, you know. But it's funny, right? Because it's like, I think the lights video is the only proof that we have of someone in the neighborhood that came in and stayed and parked and then left, you know. So it's like, yeah, why do they want us to believe this 12 to 6 time frame and not worry about anything that happened from 7 p.m. to, you know, midnight, right? Or arguably a little bit before that, say 11:30, right? Like, why is that time frame out of the question, and why were they trying to detour us from looking at that time frame? Because that's important, right? It's the first part of the night, right, where Sebastian was supposedly still awake, playing in his room. We have a lapse of time, you know, and then he comes out and says goodnight to his mom and goodnight to his puppies. And she let him stay up late that night too. She added that detail. I let him stay up a little late, she said. Right? So bedtime typically is at 8. Tonight, on a long day, she let him stay up till 9. Another odd, you know, add into the story. Because she told that to Caitlin Miller, and she put that in like a little fluff piece, right? During the Only Hands interview, she's like, I let him stay up a little late, like that. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm just a sweet, you know, mom, and I just let him stay up a little late. You know, it's like nothing to see here. You know. SI officer says, or why hasn't anyone noticed the upper right-hand corner of the flashlight video flickering? You can see there's more imagery there is to be discovered. They were trying to hide it and keeping it in the dark. I agree. And that's why they were keeping their house around their house dark as well, you know, because the floodlights were missing and then they were put back. It's another reason why I think they took their own camera footage and, you know, put the kibosh on that so that there was nothing to see here. But, you know, obviously people are going to think about Katie being a Brinks home security installation technician, whatever her official job title is. She's in communications, right? And she was trained in the military, you know, skilled technician here. You know, I agree. And I'm also going to pull in that cleared up version too. We'll do that tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow night. Because it's important. to show kind of what we are seeing, right? Now again, this video would be the Nick Barris video, and it was it is surveillance video from the house, but it was taken on a cell phone. So like literally, if I was to be shown this footage and if I was to film it for my cell, that is what it would be, right? And I think it's even paused at a certain point from what Chris from Mob has said. Hey Carla, good to see you. You're running a fever? Oh, I'm so sorry, hon. I hope you feel better soon. Oh, yeah, watch the replay. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sorry I was off this week so much. I hope you feel better soon. Scranton says, lady, I wonder if that is why they moved to Sumner County, where they had friends and mama had connections. They had not been there very long when they disappeared him. Yeah, like they only lived in that house for, what was it, a year and a half? And then also, that's a great point, Scranton. Exactly. Yeah, I think so. Because also they, that's what he did with Nina. He moved Nina to Sumner County, I think, to isolate her from her family, but also to make it so that, she would kind of comply more, because he was like, she's a hothead, and it's like, okay, yeah, look who's talking. But and I think that that's a big part of it. And with Katie, she's kind of a bit of a free kind of, I mean, it's not like she's got close knit family that she's in contact with to that level, right? Like close knit's different than just seeing your family members here and there. So I mean, she would have the ability to kind of move with Chris wherever he wanted to live, right? Not really thinking that you'd be isolated and only have his family around, because you'd like to think that people care about you, but in that family it's like they care about Chris is who they care about, in my opinion. I know. Look at Sebastian. They lie about him. They're garbage. I agree. Lying about this beautiful child, blame Sebastian, yeah. And he did not have behavioral issues that I could see at the Texas Roadhouse. And I think that was another thing that they didn't want us to see. So thank you, Sasha, for saying that. I think that's another reason why they went hauling ass up there to get the footage, is because they did not want to see this beautiful docile child that we see in the Texas Roadhouse video as that we know to be Sebastian. They didn't want us to see that, because it would have stomped on every single lie that they told us. Oh, Sebastian has behavioral issues. He's got social emotional dysregulation issues. He likes to do have accidents and stuff. Oh yeah, he loves it. Oh yeah, jerks. SI officer says it's a compressed video, possibly of a separate location or where all of this took place, in my opinion, allegedly. Well, and that makes me wonder too, because, and we will definitely get into that, because I agree, some of the images that have come in, it would make you question that, right? It really would. Yeah, thank you, SI officer. I agree 100%. A lot of freaky crap happens in Tennessee, twists and turns. Yeah, I realize it's everywhere, but shady as law, even money talks, beer of evil. Yeah, and that's the thing, that money is the root of all evil, right? Like if somebody needs money to survive, they might do something shady to get it, right? It's like the end justifies the means of of getting there. And I agree, but wherever corruption is, it's going to be brought to light, because nothing that's done in the dark isn't going to be brought to light at a certain point, and I'm impatient, yeah, I agree, Detroit, completely. Something super fishy. And, the fact that she didn't want that, didn't want him down there, didn't want any of us to see it. I'll just say that. Because I think that that was the big thing, you know. So you're telling me you're going to put this mannered child in a behavioral school with kids who have gone to juvie. Okay, yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. For what? And way to go, CPS, for, concurring if you did. Sasha says, why are they gaining so much weight and why is Kathy so skinny? See how they fit the MO of a perp changing their appearance. Well, that's the thing too. I don't know. I heard something about like an Ozempic or something like that, but like stress will do that. Some people stress eat and then some people will, be sick at their stomach and not be able to, eat at all. So yeah, I agree with that. And I agree it does fit that MO. And, and I've said that before too, Sasha, because like every time we looked at the Proud Feet and they come out publicly, they look different than what they did. Like Chris stopped dyeing his hair. He stopped being Just for Men Chris, and he went full on, gray the last time. And that's another thing that is a sign of stress is gray hair. Totally. Oh, good night, Carla. Thank you for being here. You get to feeling better, please. Please, please, please. Aw. I hate that. I know that feeling. It's the worst. Ooh, coconut shrimp is one of my favorites. Yes, please. Yes, please. Twists and turns. I'm so funny. I will go to Red Lobster and order that. People are like, you're not going to order lobster? Nope. Coconut shrimp all day. I did see that M Blackburn is running again for TN. He says Kiki. Yeah, and somebody had put something like, this person hasn't done, jack crap. And I'm like, exactly. I forgot who said it. But I was like, yeah, yep. And all of these people, and I understand, these people are pillars of their society. I get it. I'm not trying to knock people, but if they're not doing anything to help the situation, why keep them? Because it could be your kid. Like, don't think that it could be. Even if I think that Katie and Chris have guilty knowledge here, it still could be your child that's missing that they're not looking for. Just gonna have to put it out there. Yeah, constructive interest from the very beginning. Both Simmons, Carter, not to mention Craddock. Well, and then Chris was always touting the fact that he was, had both of them in his back pocket, and I'll just call Bobby and Carter and get them right on the horn. Well, what the heck? That's messed up, I hope the guilt is getting to them too. Absolutely, Scranton. Exactly, the guilt. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. What's funny though, I will say that even, when Chris Watts stayed with his friends that allowed for him to stay in their house with their, even with their little one, because he was friends with them all. They had holidays together, whatever. They said the lady after was interviewed and she said the way that he just sat there and ate the pizza like it was nothing. He just sat there eating his friggin' pizza. I mean, he just annihilated his entire family. It just makes me wonder if these people even have remorse for what they've done. Maybe Kathy has a boyfriend. Maybe Kathy has a boyfriend, twists and turns. Oh boy. Oh man. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. There's a lot of like very strong sex, content in this case as well. Even when it comes to the people that are covering Sebastian to some capacity, or the Proud Feet have gone on, that's all they talk about over there. So it makes me wonder. I'm like, I don't know, lots of pervy stuff going on. Oh, see, little Miss Sharon says that's the same in Australia with missing 3-year-old William Tyrell. It's been 10 years. Foster parents still haven't been looked at. And you've told me about his case before, little Miss Sharon. I really need to look him up and talk about him. 3 years old. Oh my goodness. And that's the thing. It's like, do they have new foster children that they've been able to take care of since then? You know what I mean? Like, it makes you wonder about this stuff, you know? Oh, Mama Bear says that's a good idea. Protesting should be done soon after the new DA takes over. Uh, might make them want to investigate a whole new set of eyes. I think that would be a really, really powerful time to do it. I do, because yeah, at least they can know, like, hey, we're still here. We still want you to do a proper investigation. I feel like it wasn't. Hey, Sammy G, I feel like if it wasn't a proper investigation, I really don't think so. Well, and that's the thing, Sasha. I agree. And he looked like she was telling him something. Well, for one, Katie looked like she was telling him something unpleasant, and he was looked like he was hearing something unpleasant, and almost like he was scared, in my opinion, from what I saw. You know, um, whatever was whatever the conversation was, it was not, lighthearted or fun or a good time, in my opinion. Not at all. And then she's exactly snapping pictures of him when he's not looking. Unbelievable. I agree. I don't think they have much guilt either. I wish they did. Yeah, Detroit says, in my opinion, the FBI needs to come in and tear into what's really going on in Tennessee. Look at the 4 unalivings and all of the corruption going on around the case. A lot of dirty birds in Tennessee. Well, and you know what? I know about that other case that you're talking about with the 4. I do. I need to look more into it. I was wondering if you guys wanted me to, do a deep dive on that one or something like that. Because I think it's important to look into. Look, I mean, even with the levels of corruption that we've kind of seen in different areas that have been put out there, it's scary. It's scary. It's scary to think that children could be auctioned off at, you know, like their cattle at, by CPS, allegedly, from what I've heard. Yeah, exactly. Robini says humans need to remember how to be humane, in my opinion. Yeah, and I mean, beauty's only skin deep. We know that from a lot of these people out there. I mean, even like, I hate to keep saying Chris Watts, you know, some of us ladies would be like, oh yeah, he's a nice looking guy. Oh, look, he's a great dad. Oh, look, he's so cute with his kids. Shit, fire. No, thank you. Oh, good, Ann. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, yeah, I do remember that too, hindsight, and I think I still have the screen grab of that. Her reply to someone who posted in that group about possibly seeing him was, quote, "Did he seem stressed or was he wearing shoes?" Question mark. Exactly. Yeah, end quote. And that is what Katie wrote back, right? Like, was he wearing shoes? How odd of a question is that? In and of itself is odd, right? Because you're telling us that he wasn't wearing shoes. You're upset with us when we question the shoes, but you're questioning the shoes. You should know, you're his mother, especially if this young man only had 3 pairs of shoes, right? If he had boots and a couple of sneakers and some slides, okay. Then if they're all there, that would be easier than accounting for socks or the shirt he was wearing last and all of that. And did he seem stressed out? I mean, where did she think he went to, right? To go have a party? what if he's lost out there? That's what I would be thinking. I mean, obviously I'm not his mother, so I don't know him like she does. So I'm not going to presume that I do. But I mean, did he look stressed? So weird. Or did he seem stressed? Weird. Was he wearing shoes? You tell us, KT. And that's why I call her Shady Katie, because, especially the way she was looking around, in the restaurant, looking all back and forth. Yeah, shady. It's shady, you know? And then they go all on and on with this scandalous behavior. And we're supposed to think that they're good people? What? None of it makes sense, but we're supposed to believe it? No. Again, that's not going to happen. Not in this lifetime. Hindsight says, Holly says, hindsight, that's so odd. Makes zero sense. Yeah, especially because they're sitting out there telling us that none of his shoes are missing, right? First time they spoke with Duchess, none of his shoes were missing. He didn't take a phone and none of his shoes were missing. You know? Oh, that would be really cool. Kiki says, I just got an idea. I know a pilot could have him fly and put out green smoke in and fly in the sky, let out the green smoke for Sebastian. Oh, that would be really cool, Kiki. Yeah. And those are the things that, are so positive, and that's such a great idea, because could you imagine, how that would make Seth feel? You know, how that would make Sebastian feel. Yeah, well, that's the whole deal of it. Scranton says I don't watch the Krama channels, but when I do run across one, none of them are talking about Sebastian. None of are doing any research, only criticizing those that are. Yeah, and that's what's really difficult. It really is. It's like, because I know what you're talking about. It's really lazy, because I mean, I could do the same thing, but I just don't think that I would have the good people in here that, you know what I mean? And plus, I think you guys would be bored to death with that, plus it would just be upsetting, and I mean, I have reviewed, well, the only ones that I've reviewed are the ones that Chris and Katie have talked on. In my opinion, those are the ones that are the most important. But I know what you're saying, Scranton. Yeah, that's so true in my opinion, and it's frustrating as hell, because it's like, why get up there and do that when there's enough of this stuff going on, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Hindsight says yes, that was in that as well. Ooh, that is so true, Tan Nurse. Thank you. When our brain is under stress and trauma, we still remember the things we need to protect ourselves. Confusing to explain, but she was telling us points that was most important to her for us to know. Yeah, I agree with that, TN Nurse. I do. And I agree with what you're saying when our brains are under stress and trauma, right? Because some of the things, that we're trying to say may not come out perfectly right. But then also, like you said, we do have that innate fight or flight, freeze appease thing where we're constantly trying to protect ourselves, and it's about survival, right? It just kind of goes to back to survival every time. You're right. So, so I get what you're saying. Yeah. But I think you're saying that she was telling us points that was most important to her for us to know when she's talking. Yeah. And let's look at that statement again. So emergency, right? Like, so right off the bat, like that part to me, I was like, okay, sounds like something a mom, right? She wants everybody to know, hey, look, this is an emergency. So she says, please, sorry, I had to take a drink of water, guys. Please, if anyone had has cameras, please, right? So there's two pleases in there. So she is pleading with people, because I know a lot of people were saying like Katie didn't plead with anybody, but she is saying please twice here. Check it between midnight and 6, right? So she's wanting us to know about midnight and 6. She's pushing our attention to midnight and 6. My son is missing. Another please, if you can check anything that may help find him, right? So again, she's not making a whole lot of sense, but it could be because she's under stress and trauma. And then she gives a brief description. He's 5'5", blonde hair, autistic male. And then this person says, my camera did not show anything last night. I'm on Kellen. So it's very interesting when we look at the statement. It is. I wish she would have probably, well, and again, hindsight's 20/20 always, but I think the one thing that does stand out is that she doesn't say, Sebastian is, because she says that's her son. My son is missing, which I don't find that to be particularly odd. But let me know what you guys think. But I was surprised when she didn't say like Sebastian is, 5'5", blonde hair, autistic male. I feel like that might be using some distancing language. Especially since she doesn't say his name. Thank you, Lori, for the green hearts. But I think it's important to get everybody's perspective on things, because we don't think of these things. And I think that's a great reminder too, TN nurse. Thank you for that. Reminding us that when your brain's in trauma, you're in a stress response. And then also, I just always keep in mind too that Katie's training might keep her, she might be trained to be more calm in a stressful situation, and I think that's kind of, I heard Seth say that as well, being trained, to deal with, the criminals that he has to deal with in the prisons and stuff, as a guard, you would have to keep your cool in a situation, and not panic, right? Because nobody wants somebody panicking at the helm, so to speak, Scranton says, Kiki True Crime, we need to get something that goes up in the air and releases green smoke and everyone set them off at the same time for Sebastian, maybe. Hey, that's really cool. Yeah, that is really cool. And I like the lanterns are really neat ideas too. Do like a lantern release or a balloon release. Yeah, she's always taking pictures. Creepy. Yeah, and it is weird and creepy, especially if you're going to say, well, we were trying to show the stepdad that he was eating something out of the norm that time and we were proud of him. Well, then he should have been proud of himself, and it should have been like a known picture, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm wondering about that too, Robini. What are they worried about him saying? Yeah. Well, and just remember in the interrogation that we watched, when that little mama, she was not, that Brittany Gosley, she was not worried when the officer says, look, you're effing peeing me off and da-da-da, and he's telling her, you're not being truthful. I need you to tell the truth. I'm getting pissed now. And, and he was being very stern and a little bit aggressive, right? And she may have taken it that way. I might have, just thinking of it from, my own perspective. But she didn't get triggered by that. What she got triggered by was when he asked her, I need you to tell me the truth. I need you to be honest with me. That is what triggered Brittany Gosley. And she was like, started crying, was upset, right? Because she was more afraid of the truth than this, burly detective in her face saying, you're pissing me off, lady. You know what I mean? And I think that speaks volumes about her mindset and about her guilty knowledge. And I think that comparing it to this case, whenever we get close to the truth, whenever Katie's asked to be honest or truthful, that's what triggers her, not the aggressive nature of our questioning, in my opinion. It's the truth that scares her the most. Because she knows she was the last one with Sebastian. She knows. That would be cool if everyone could be at the airport, right, Kiki? That's so true. That is, she's always FaceTiming people too. She loves, Facebook Live people when they're having the worst moment in their life, you know. And arguably, it could have been the worst day for her ex-husband, for her husband too. But she was steady filming it and putting it all on blast. Very strange indeed. Very strange indeed. Hindsight. Very important that it was between midnight and 6. Very important. And that's what I am definitely picking up what you're putting down, TN nurse, because I mean, it's odd. I mean, that was a statement that was consistent for a while too. And that's something that also causes me pause, it does. Yeah, she explains like he's a dog, in my opinion. Blonde hair, autistic male. He's not gold. He's not a golden retriever. Absolutely, TN nurse. Yes, but she left food out for him like a dog, also. So I'm glad she told us her son is a male. Yeah, well, and that's exactly it too. That was a whole weird situation. Well, that was them doing damage control too, because didn't Clue come out and say that for them, kind of a thing, Yes, they left food on the porch, says Scranton, and the shoes on the porch. That was so weird. Yet she left the home. Makes no sense. Or, yeah, make it make sense. I agree. Just like when she placed the ad for someone to watch him after school a while back, and she said, he's a good kid. Yeah. Well, that's another statement between that Brittany said that was the same between Katie and Brittany. That's such a great point. Well, and that's the kicker, right? Bless says, especially as CPS has been in the home previously, why would LE assume it's a runaway case? Yeah, the minute they knew that information, right, Blessed? I'm with you. The minute they knew that there was no camera footage in the neighborhood, there was no scent of Sebastian, and that CPS had involvement, and that Sebastian wasn't in therapies for his autism, he was actually in family therapy and counseling because of what was going on in the home. Gosh, so well said. And I'm sorry, guys, I'm a little behind in the chat. I just noticed. Hey, IML, good to see you. Sammy says it's not uncommon for CPS to be called to homes for children with autism, but not for allegations like hands on neck, kids who show up to school in the winter with flip-flops on, or the same shirt noticed. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, and that's the thing. There's nothing wrong with calling in, and especially if you're a mandated reporter, you have to. But, again, just keeping sure that these kids that have autism, maybe especially if they're nonverbal, checking out the home isn't a bad thing, and it shouldn't be embarrassing for the parent, even though I'm sure it is. It definitely is. But it's one of those things where 4 times is excessive. 4 times, and Chris himself said that he thought Sebastian was trying to get him kicked out of his own home. I know, Mama Bear, I agree. I'm the same way. I'm the same way. The tears come with the frustration. I'm infuriated tonight too, TN nurse. Oh, we just have a great little club over here, don't we? We're just so chipper, and we're doing great. We're doing great. Oh, amen to that. See, TN nurse, that's what I picture as well when I just Pray for protection for Sebastian. Everyone's prayers in the Lord Almighty's arms is what's holding him. Exactly. Exactly. Yes. And we know, from scripture that that's who the Lord always looks after, is the children, right? Hey, Mark, good to see you. Your name's a little, I don't know if I should say the rest. um, I hope you're behaving yourself. I'm behind in chat. They're just disgusting people. When I think of CPS nasty statements and KP's ignorance, they're grotesque. Well, and it's sad. It's sad because, here's this child falling through the cracks, and he deserves much better than that. He was trying to advocate for himself and tell. And think about this, Sebastian was trying to protect everybody, himself included, but more so everybody, right? No little child or teenage child wants anything horrible to happen to their parents. They have unconditional love for their parents. They really do, in my opinion. Hey, Laura Arnold, good to have you. Thank you for being here. I'm just going to go up to chat, guys, a little bit. Hey, Brenda Brown, good to see you. Lady, in my opinion, I was wondering if the cameras on Kellen and around the area were, frozen and they didn't realize it. Oh, okay, yeah. And maybe KK was asking to see if anyone said anything. Well, and I think it was smart to go and ask people in the neighborhood for footage, but again, a lot of times in these cases we'll see people that are trying to get ahead of the situation and insert themselves in so that way they're getting all of the firsthand knowledge about what's going on. Kind of a sleeping with the enemy kind of a case. So law enforcement isn't suspecting that they're giving, information to, someone who is directly involved somehow, but anything could be possible. I always looked for an hour, then I found my child. I have called the police and police have brought my child home at 1:30 a.m. and I did not know she was missing. Oh my goodness, little Miss Sharon. And see, that's the thing too. It's got to be so scary, It's got to be so scary. I can't imagine that, I just can't. I can't imagine that. It would be absolutely terrifying. Like to think they were gone for 2 minutes, because you're like, where'd they go? Especially, but when those things, I'm sure it's like just as scary, even if it happens, all the time. It's scary when it happens, no matter what, yeah, thank you for letting us know. And that's the thing, and everybody does the best they can do. I'm not in the business of being like, oh, let's bash all the parents and all day, every day, it's always them. No, I don't think that. I think that a lot of times kids will just kind of take off, or, there's, we talked about it all the time. Even the little kid gets upset and they take their stuff and they go to the end of the block and then they realize, it's kind of scary, big world out here. I might be better off at home. But sometimes it's a small reason, sometimes it's the eloping too, because I remember even there was an older lady that was interviewed in the first 7 days of the search, and she said, I can really relate to that feeling of wanting to leave, right? Because you're overstimulated, and that's something to always consider when we think about kids on the autism spectrum, or people, individuals on the autism spectrum, because they're not realizing, right? Like that, hey, I could get hurt out there or anything. They're not thinking about that at that moment. What they're thinking about is, this is all too much and I need to get away from the situation, right? I need to put myself somewhere where I feel safe. And, or I mean, there's a plethora of reasons, it's not always so cut and dry, Well, and that's true. Exactly, Town Chat Cafe, in case, or in hopes that nobody saw anything. Yeah, like checking to see, right? And it was also said that they were given a lot of this footage as well, which leads me to believe that it's very possible that, they were going through the footage, making sure that nothing was caught on camera. Absolutely. It's getting ahead of the game. Um, yeah, Robbie says could be Town Chat Cafe. Yeah, meaning they were hoping there was no evidence caught on camera. Absolutely. Hindsight says posting anywhere as a mother would be the last thing I would be doing at that moment. Hindsight, I can't say that I would be doing that either. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I would be doing. I would be looking around the neighborhood, I think, is what I would be doing if I just think of, off the top of my head, what would I do if I was in the situation where I go to wake up my child for school, he's not there, I'm looking around the house, right? I'm calling my husband. I think I'd probably call his dad, because that might be my first thought, like that he went to go see his dad, right? Just off the top of my head. But I also think Sebastian was well aware that his dad was at work, and those things came into play after the fact too. And I was also thinking that maybe he might have gone towards the water or something like that, but then we realized, Sebastian is more of a pool kind of kid. He doesn't really like to be in the dirty water, right? He might not like to be in water where he can't see the bottom or something like that, right? Just putting it out there. But I agree with you. I don't think that I would be posting there just right off the bat. My brain wouldn't think about it, right? There's got to be a reason that she was wanting to see the neighborhood cameras, and that she was so inquisitive about what was on there. In my opinion, I see what you're saying, because it wouldn't be my first thought. I would be thinking, did he go to school? Did he go? If he had friends, I'd be thinking about that. But they said, oh, he doesn't have any friends. And, well, his friends were at his dad's house. He did have friends at his dad's house, according to Seth. So, again, I would be thinking he went to dad's. Maybe he went to dad's, I still have my green lights up too, Brenda Brown. That's amazing. See, that's wonderful. That was such a great thing that we could all have done. And I remember them selling out on Amazon when that happened. Everybody was buying green light bulbs. I had to buy lights because I don't have a bulb holder. So. Good night, Miss Anne. Sweet dreams. Where was TV? That's a good question, Cinderella. That was a good question. I believe he was a helper. I do. Yeah, I do. It makes me wonder. Hindsight says, in my opinion, they're counting the days until senior year graduation, when he will be 18, in my opinion. And that's not lost on me either. That it is not lost on me either, because it very well could be. None of the things that they've done are logical to me at all. So it's like, if I think that they would do something like hide him somewhere, even though I'm thinking, well, why would they do that? They would get caught at a certain point, or they would have to produce him or something. But they're not. They're very vindictive as well. So that's another consideration that I have, that they're just vindictive, and they seem to really like hurting Seth, which I don't like that. Yeah, and that's another good point. Am says, I said, I heard somebody say that Chris said that Sebastian will be home when he's 18. I do remember him saying that. I do. Yeah. And there were other people that put that out into the ether even after that. True, that. Hindsight, great point. Though never confirmed nor found validation for, and I don't doubt it may have been said. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, I remember him saying that, but I don't remember which podcast it was on. I believe it was around the tour day, Krama channels that he did around the time that he was going to court with Bullhorn Betty last time, in my opinion, from what I can remember. Tia Nurse says, in my opinion, when they swapped from ground to investigative search, when they swapped, excuse me, from ground to investigative search, it was when they found out about CPS. I'd love to know if they volunteered that information or if that came from something they came across. Well, that makes me wonder too. I can't say heads or tails of it because I don't remember like when that all came about, except for I know that like Smiley was asking about it. Well, and didn't JLR put something out? Like I want to say he did. Like, because he was in New Mexico at that time, wasn't he? And he was trying to figure out about Chris and his ex and things like that. Yeah, I'm thinking. Yes, first thing that stood out to me was how the heck did they know the pond was only knee deep? Pisses me off every time yeah, hear him say that. Exactly, Detroit. Yeah, I know. And that's the thing. How did he know that it was only knee deep? And then they're riding around with, and giving him, and maybe they were riding around with him so that way they could see his reactions to things. I can't just, regard that, but it does tick me off too. It does. Exactly. Little Miss Sharon, possibly Sebastian was smart enough to kick CP out because he's an asshole. Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, he didn't probably want to live with him being like that. Like, I mean, look, there's like something that tells me that Sebastian is just a loving kid, and that he really did want things to be good between, he wanted Mr. Chris to like him, of course. He wanted, look, all kids search for that validation. They just do. They just do. You know? Yes, Cinderella. Thank you. And I pray with you guys. Trust me. The more we do it, the better, because it helps us too. It helps us to regroup and to process and to understand things better too. And to take the time out, to be grateful, to ask, for help, you know, because over the powers that be, I believe is, the Lord. So, right. That's a good point. Tianer says, so true. And he didn't go in with Ellie. So how'd he know it was knee deep on him? Right. And how does that even say anything to anything? It's like then we were all trying to figure out how tall Chris Proudfoot was. I remember that. And we're like, well, how tall is he? And then he's sitting there trying to tell us he's got size 14. And I'm like, uh-huh. Yeah, no, you don't. Don't even try it. God knows where Sebastian is and Reynolds. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. That song that they played at the vigil for Sebastian at the high school, God only knows. God only knows what you've been through. God only knows what they say about you. Thank you, Brenda Brown, for that super sticker. I'm sorry, guys, if I'm behind in chat. I really appreciate you, Brenda. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, Robbie. He says, I always wondered if Max was tracking drugs that were dumped in the pond, like a powder that was just dissolvable. Yeah, like, or that was dissolved or something. Yeah. I don't know. And see, they've never indicated what they were looking for because Max was a non-scent specific dog, right, too? And then also, I always try to keep in mind that like they didn't even let us know what they were searching for at the landfill. So they weren't saying that what they were looking for was evidence or actually someone, Yeah, I wanted to know what they were what they were getting away with, in my opinion. Exactly, town chat. Yeah, and they wanted to see like what they needed to get ahead of, right? Because we've watched them do it in these interviews, and even though Yada backtracked and everything, she said the same thing. She said she had her notebook and paper out and she was going over these interviews, right? And she was looking at the statements that were inconsistent, you know? Aw, that's awesome, Detroit. My dad bought me a beautiful picture of a beautiful angel guiding two little children over a bridge. Always makes me think of these missing children. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that's the thing, you know, I can't even really wrap my mind around sometimes, these things happening to these kids, but I know that the Lord takes these kids, and that's what I know for sure. That is so beautiful too. Um, you know, Thank you, Little Miss Sharon, for gifting a membership, and make sure you say thank you to Little Miss Sharon. Aw, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Yeah, oh gosh, Detroit, you really got me there, girlfriend. I'll tell you what. TN Nurse says we have underestimated and forgot about those sweet and hardworking dogs more than just Max was telling us part of the story. Yeah, and that is one of the things that I found to be so cool about the search dogs, right, is I don't have a whole lot of knowledge about it, but I do know that they're able to track like a lot of different things, right? And then there's different dogs that do different duties and things like that, or that are trained for different things. And you're so right, and they had multiple dogs out, they had the bloodhounds, they had, I saw the blue tick healer, or blue healer, excuse me. I saw the, oh gosh, I don't know if they're Belgian Malinois or whatever, I don't, but their sniffers are amazing, right? Oh, congratulations, Laura Arnold. Oh, that's so awesome. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. You're the best. Aw. No. Town Chat says, oh my gosh, that's interesting. You mentioned that movie, Sleeping with the Enemy. My mother says that they made that movie after my first marriage. My ex was so much like him. Yeah. Gosh, it's just the elements in there, right? I hear you, Town Chat. Oh, I'm so sorry that you had to deal with that. And that's the thing too, you just never know. And you think that that's a good person, and next thing you know, you're like hiding because they're stalking your life. And oh my gosh. Yeah, that was me with the first marriage. The funny thing is I actually watched that movie well before I ever got involved. So you don't see it coming sometimes. Hey, Brenda Sue, good to have you. A phone call says, have you talked to Sebastian? Excuse me, a phone call saying, have you talked to Sebastian? Should have been one uh, of, if not the first call she made. That's what I was thinking that too, TN Nurse. And I get like that the relationship wasn't the best, but I mean, but so what? Like, you're not even thinking about that, right? You're just like, I know my kid loves his dad, no matter what I feel about him, he might be there. So, hey, have you talked to Sebastian? Did he call you? Did he, you know, do you think he might have came there? Because I don't know where he is. Like, but no, instead she's like, has Chris of all people, oh, 911, don't be mad. Well, why wouldn't I be mad? I'm not even mad. I'm worried. I'm frustrated. I'm wondering how you lost the kid. I mean, it's just, I mean, heaven forbid, I'm glad I never lost a kid before, but if I did, I think I would be like, I don't know, I don't think I would even be worried if somebody would be mad. I would just worry about finding the kid as fast as possible. Like wouldn't be on my radar. I mean, obviously you don't want to make that phone call. I get it. It's not an easy phone call to make. It would be terrible, you know? Oh my goodness, Anne says, I had a friend of mine son come down to my place knocking on the door frantically looking for his dad. His dad left for work and his mom was up there in the house sleeping. Oh. I should have called the cops instead of calling her and telling her that her son was down at my house. Why? Because he was scared. He was leaving because something happened with his mom or something, Miss Ann. I mean, it'd be scary for a kid to go off and, go to somebody else's house and knock. You never know what kind of adult you're getting into. I mean, you can't trust all adults either, sadly. Lori says, I still believe if Sebastian wanted to leave, he would leave after school. Yeah, when it was light out and he was home alone after school. I agree with that too, Lori. I think that he would have planned things out a little bit, knowing his strategic mind, the way that he strategizes and thinks things through. I believe that too. And I think he would have left at the best possible time. And I also think, with his dislike of dirt and being dirty and the fire ants, all of that on top of it, I think he would have been more prepared. Yeah, really well said. And I believe that as well. And, he was also said to be, home alone at Seth's house. So if he really wanted to just, get away from everybody, I mean, he would have done it maybe when he was there too, you know? Oh, I still can't find it, SI officer. I've been keeping my eyes peeled. This has been asked multiple times, and I am still trying to find the answer. Anybody in here, have you seen a video of a host speaking of CP and his Roman collection? If so, what creator was it? Thank you. The only one that I can think of was maybe Elevated T or whatever, is a possibility. They delete a lot of stuff too. That's the problem, that they might have deleted or taken something down. How could he have missed the bus at 6 a.m.? He didn't start school until 7:30. They don't live very far from the school, and his phone, backpack, shoes, jacket were all at the house. He saw everything, or she saw everything in 3 minutes. Yeah, I agree, especially if she had things laid out, or if they would lay things out right. Yeah, backpack by the door with the shoes. Right there, his phone was on the counter, plugged in, according to Seth. I agree. Yeah. I mean, everything was right there. Hey, Tanya Slater. I think Sebastian disappearing on the anniversary date of when KP filed for divorce from Seth might possibly be more than just a coincidence. I believe that as well. And it's because of the vindictive nature that we've seen from Katie. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. And then the act about how, everything was just great between all of us. We were just co-parenting like, anybody. And yeah, Scranton says, okay, hold up. I had not heard CP say SR would be home when he was 18. If that does happen and SR says, they sent me to boot camp or something, how does that implicate them in his disappearance? Or how does that not implicate them in his disappearance? That's such a good point, Scranton, and I believe that too. I mean, that's why I'm so curious why they're pushing that narrative, and I don't know if it's to hold us off or bide time, right? Because I mean, that's still a ways away now, right? Sebastian will be 17. He turned 16 last December. He'll be 17 this December, 18 next December. I mean, it'd buy them a year and some change, but I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I would think that they would still be in trouble for putting him away somewhere, even if it's boot camp or one of those weird schools. I think at this point, with the public interest, with the FBI, TBI, Sumner County, Secret Service, all of these task task forces being involved. That's a really good point. You know, um, but then I look at people that pull these hoaxes all the time, like Sherry Papini or Carly Russell. So, um, okay, a male creator, yeah. Hindsight says I vaguely recall that topic may have occurred, if so, on a panel as he was speaking to a male creator. I was also going to look through on Josh's too, um, and maybe just send him, uh, maybe see if I could DM him and see if he remembers that conversation, because he was another person that I thought maybe, but CP's never been on with him. He just talked to CP on Smiley's, I believe, and charged them with lying to Ellie, right? And at the very least, they would have to pay back all the money and the resources that they took away for lying and deceiving law enforcement. I mean, yeah, that's a great point. Yeah. Yeah, the location is big. Location, location, location. SI officer for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna keep my eyes peeled for that too. Thank you, hindsight. Yeah, I remember that too. Supposedly in the pond, they did find a black and white hat that was found, a very thick piece of plastic, very thick piece of plastic, almost like the painter's plastic. I know what you're talking about, SI officer. It's like that, like the big roll that was found. I remember hearing that, as well as the black and white hat, which was from a security company, but it wasn't Brinks. It was a different security company, and I believe it was Narc divers that found it. I do believe. Um, yeah, the car, Tanya. Wow, and they should have told us. I would think that that car would be valuable to law enforcement, and why they wouldn't tell us that detail, especially if we're supposed to be on the lookout or anything like that. It's weird. It's weird. This car right here. All I know is, uh, SI officer says, all I know is where these precious babies that end up in heaven have more love than they've ever known, sadly, from the sick, not deserving parents, in my opinion. I agree with that. That's where I can find some peace in the matter too. SI officer, really well said. You know, really well said. And these kids are precious. They are. Um, it's sad that their parents don't see it. Oh, cool. Oh my gosh, really, Scranton? That's so cool. Scranton says, Lady Freedom's Dragon Tribe. Me and my daughter are going to Dragon Con September 1st in Atlanta, Georgia. That is so cool. I didn't even know there was a Dragon Con. Wow, I'll have to look that up. That is really neat. Dragon Con in September. Wow, that is so cool. You're going to have to let us know how it went. That's exciting. How cool. Okay. Kathy says, I have a 5-year-old Mally GSD. She is amazing. Not to have been professionally trained. Well, and that's the thing. Dogs are so smart, Kathy. There's like little exercises you could probably even do with them. That would train. Get them, um, like their instincts going. Oh, that is so cool. I know they make great rescue dogs too, like when they're retired. Lori, that's who I'm thinking, Lori. Exactly. That's who I'm thinking. That it was on his show. Because they would talk about a lot of strange stuff like that, like on there. Oh, I see. And that's why the little boy came down, huh, Miss Ann? Aw. they didn't take care of their kids properly, and they had CPS called on them quite a few times. Well, I'm glad that he felt safe coming down to you. Boy, I know that's a terrible situation to be in. Yeah, a Roman collection, like a knight's, I don't know if it'd be the Kevlar, but like the statue. Brenda Culvert says, I know a lot of people think it was planned, but I think something bad happened and the cleanup was planned. I hope he is out there, but after all this time, no real sightings. I know, Brenda. That's the hardest thing for me. It really is to kind of reconcile is the time, you know. But this case has been so strange that I don't think much would surprise me at this point. I say that and I probably stand corrected. But, because sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction and, even with some of our speculations. But I get where you're coming from, you know. I still can't rule out anything that it wasn't like accidental or a last minute thing. But there's so much with when it comes to the Texas Roadhouse that is so strange. And then Katie's reaction. And I think of the poker party, guys. I still think of the poker party. I'm still on the lookout for information on that. you know. But I know a lot of that stuff was, deleted. Yeah, Scranton says that's a real possibility. Yeah. And I don't want to come to terms with that either. That's just hard because I mean that's just giving up hope, a little bit, but not really. I know it's being realistic. I get that. I mean, I think anything's possible at this point. You know. Tanya Slater says, if LE knew the 3am car, why didn't they figure it out? Shouldn't there be cameras at other places leading out of Hendersonville? Also curious as to why no car listed on the Amber Alert. Yeah, I'm really interested to know why this car wasn't, listed on the Amber Alert too. Just to help us identify or be on the lookout for it. I agree. And then also, I don't know why there wasn't more sightings of this car in particular or anything in the surrounding areas and neighborhoods because I agree, like even they have the license plate readers, so I consider that, and I also consider the fact that they had recently rolled out this multi-county communications system that they you know that they rolled out right before Sebastian went missing. I do believe it was right before, where they could communicate between the counties in case, somebody went county to county or, so a crime happened here and then they could track the person down before they, left the state, things like that. There was a lot of good, reasons for it. And it would have been a great system to have in place, especially in this case. So I don't know why they're not utilizing the resources that they have it in play, Yes, Lori, and God love them for that. Dogs are great, Lori says your dog is what you train them to be. It's true. Yeah, that's why I never, think badly about pit bulls and stuff because it's like they could be the sweetest dogs you'd ever meet. Just, it's just about how you raise them, train them. I agree. Brenda says, in my opinion, the FBI or another outside law agency needs to come to Sumner County and solve this case once and for all. There are too many people being paid off in that area. I agree, Brenda, because I always think about the incentive behind doing something, right? And especially when you're willing to put yourself in jeopardy and threaten other people, I always wonder if there's some sort of a payment being made, something to incentivize that behavior. Because typically people aren't going to do that without some sort of an incentive. Some people are crazy enough to just do whatever someone else tells them to do. or do it in the name of that person, right? And the other person didn't ask them to do anything, they just did it, right? But still, SI officer says, all we have in this case is a bunch of questions of why, and it's very frustrating, but so simple to figure out. Don't quite know why it's taking so long, why it's crickets. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think of is just going back to the corruption aspect of why they're not doing more. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. Unless they truly are building a case, you know? TN nurses, I absolutely believe the poker party went down. Yeah, I can't forget about it. You know, I still keep considering it, even though I believe it did happen, you know, Friday night, and I get that. But I think that entire weekend is important to look at. And even further back, like Chris leaving, right? The snowball effect of what has happened here. Um, you know, it's undeniable. Oh, yes, yes. You would love the Renaissance Festival here. They have everything dragon, and they have jousting and giant turkey legs. Everyone dresses for the period. So much fun. You would love it. Oh, I bet. It sounds like a great time. And I've actually seen Renaissance fairs and festivals. A couple of friends of mine, well, my friends in Missouri that have their granddaughter, Aaliyah, the one that I wear the T-shirt for, and she was diagnosed with leukemia. They always go to Ren Fair. You know, I know they haven't been since she's been sick and everything, but that's their jam. They love going, and I'm always like, so what did you guys see? You know, like, and everything like that, because yeah, they did hold things in the park too, where it was like more like the live action role play thing. But that is so fun. It is, that's awesome. Yeah, and I know they did like Comic-Con too, at University Plaza Hotel. I think it was usually held there. It's also likely that the laptop confiscated by LE was due to something one of the adults was looking at, but they blamed it on Sebastian because they knew they couldn't question him. Well, and I think that is like super important to remember too. Thank you for bringing that up, TN nurse. Yes, because, you know, we know that they blamed Sebastian for a lot of things. And also in the very beginning, they were blaming him for unsavory type of things that we now know that they have the propensity for. If I'm, you know, just being honest with what I've witnessed here in the case. Thank you so much. That is such a good point. You know, yeah, blame Sebastian, you know, and like, you know, he's not here to defend himself. I mean, it's quite like they were blaming Seth, in my opinion, at the school. Like, you know. Oh, okay. Thank you, Miss Ann. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. True. True. That is very true. Bill says TL pretty much confirmed that the poker party went down. She knows D and others that were there allegedly. Yes. Yes. Um, and I remember when it was being talked about pretty heavily. I believe it was around this time last year, wasn't it? Was it not? I can't remember. Um, you know, yeah. And see, that's part of it that just sucks when somebody flips like that. Hey, YouTuber, because you know, now she'd probably have a fit up her ass if anybody wanted to talk about it. That's my content. You know, well, that's not helpful. Uh, Kathy Bartholomew says, Lady Freedom, she was my hubs or she was with my hubs and started growling and got between him thread. Oh, it turned out to be a box turtle. First encounter with that one. Aw, that's so funny. Yeah, Django is turtles, especially if they're like walking around, he's always very curious. That's so funny. And the turtles are just like, I'm going to my shell. That's cute, Kathy. I needed that laugh. That was a good one. Yeah, yeah, that's the stopping point, right? Hindsight says, unfortunately, none of those that know the truth will speak. We have to keep seeking together. I agree 100%, and I think that there's, nothing worse than we can do is to like, even if we disagree with each other, to like say, well, you're wrong, and and I'm upset. Like, it's okay. It's okay. It's not like it doesn't have to be a negative thing. And I agree. I think that if we all keep searching for the truth, we're going to find it. And that's the thing that they're worried about. They don't want that, right? They're way comfortable having these panels where they're, bashing this person, bashing that person. But if we were all to get together and stand up together, that's what's most necessary. It is. That's the only way I can see us figuring it out. As a matter of fact, I think that not only one person is going to figure this out, I think it's going to take everyone to figure it out. Um, you know, it's only in the movies that we have that perfect detective, man or woman that's like on their A game and they're solving cases left and right all by themselves. They figure it out. They're doing the research, right? And that's what's important. That's what's important. You know, um, it is. It is. And again, there's so much to remember and to consider in this case, that everyone, kind of reminding each other of what we know to be true, what we've witnessed, what we can kind of corroborate is so important. It's so important. And Reynolds says, I also think that when she did that interview with CP, they talked about that poker party. Well, there was about a 30-minute time when they weren't on the phone, like on the live part, from what I heard. So Miss Ann, I think you're right. And I mean, if I'll be honest, if I knew about that party, I'd be asking him too, or if I knew about him, you know? I mean, it's kind of like one of those things where it's like we kind of know who we're dealing with, right? With Chris, in my opinion, even more so if you're a local, and I mean, that could be a good or bad thing. That could be more scary because you're closer in proximity to somebody who, you know, in my opinion, has a lot of mental issues. There's something mentally unwell about somebody who seeks out a trauma channel versus a true crime channel. And arguably in the beginning, they could have chose anybody to talk to, I'm sure. But they chose to go with people who were going to quite literally take a poop on the case instead of trying to figure out what happened here. I mean, they're not interested, and I've said it before here, and I'll say it again. They've turned down other cases. So what was the incentive to take on Sebastian's case? Because you knew it was going to make you some money? Because you knew the unpopular opinion would draw in viewers? I mean, there could be a lot of reasons, and some of the ones that I come up with could be wrong, That's right. We need tons of Scooby snacks on this. That's so true. We need to feed Scooby extra Scooby snacks to help solve this one. Chinkies. Yep. Yep. And that's it. Look at that gang. They are a cartoon, but it's like, hey, I mean, not only one of them was the one to solve it. Everybody brought something to the table, right? Even Shaggy and Scooby. They were the comic relief. Um, they were the comic relief, and it's just important to just remember all of this stuff, and just remember, hey, we're all batting for the same team. We all want Sebastian to be found. That to me, like, kind of goes without saying. I mean, and I understand all of us work hard, but I don't think it's fair to like look at one person and say, well, my hard work is more important than your hard work. No, because that's not true. Hey, everybody gets, an E for effort, unless you're just sitting up there talking crap, in my opinion, but anybody trying to solve it or doing what it's taking to solve it. I mean, just like I was saying with it, in Voices of Truth tonight, I was like, it's amazing to me that all of these people are doing, the best that they can, right? Not even trying, they're doing it, but nobody really wants to kind of get together on it. I don't understand it, and I get everybody's passionate. And again, we all put in the research, but when I look at, what's presented, you know, anytime you put yourself out there, there's going to be people that will ridicule you for no reason. There's going to be people that give you constructive criticism. There's going to be people that give you, a good job and they understand, what's being presented and they agree, but you're always going to have that kind of, and then you're going to have people that just love to disagree and troll for no good reason at all. They just want to be in there and they want to be seen too. And so they're in there and that's their role, is to troll. But anybody that's trying to really figure this out, I think we all have good intentions behind it. And again, I'm not to say that, I might not, I don't know. I can't even say that I wouldn't take it well if somebody disagreed with me, because I expect that. I expect people to disagree with me on a certain level. But, attacking is a whole different thing. And, go in real life is a whole different thing. And the hatred for no reason is a whole different thing, Hey, Talks to Angels 91. Good to see you. She said to him, let's talk about the poker party. Were you there or not? Yep. And Detroit says, yes, and I do believe she did ask him about it. Also, remember it was brought up on another creator's channel, allegedly. Yeah. See, and that's what I was remembering, but I didn't know. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus in that regard. You know what I mean? And honestly, a lot of that is so scattered. It's like, it's kind of nonsensical in my opinion. A lot of it is. And that's why it's so hard, especially considering the source, Hey, Text Cowgirl Up 38. She says, do you notice that in the post, she doesn't mention his name? Yeah, I do. I did notice that. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I did. And I mean, I get that, like, she says that's my son and everything, but I'm surprised because, yeah, if you're looking for someone, right, and you think he's out there walking around because he ran away, would you tell everybody his name, like his first name? I get why she wouldn't say Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, right? That's a lot to remember. I think that, Sebastian would have been sufficient, or, because you would want people to be able to say, hey, Sebastian, your mom's looking for you. Hey, Sebastian, your dad's looking for you, And I'm not talking about Chris. In my opinion, you need to earn that right and title to be called that. But yeah, no, you're so right. I mean, that's strange. Wow, really? Kathy, that's wonderful. 79 peeps for trafficking. Wow. That's amazing. Wow. That is fantastic. That is, some really great police work. And, I bet you it's, all online, No malice at all of any kind at any time. No, because we all want to help. We need to be helping each other. I agree with that. Hindsight, and it's important to be able to work with other people and to be open-minded too. Now, stand up for what we believe in all day. I always say that, you have to stand up for yourself, what you believe in. And then sometimes too, you might go against a popular opinion, which I'm not saying that anybody is here. I'm just saying that you might have an unpopular opinion, but that's all right, because maybe you're the one that's right and everyone else is wrong, right? So if you truly believe that and you have knowledge that backs that up, and things that you've corroborated, or, just how well you all do the research, if there's things that corroborate that and you stand tall on that, that's good. That's what we need, right? Because if everybody's just going to buckle under the pressure and be like, okay, I don't want you to be mad at me, so I'm going to, agree with you. That's not a good thing. Not at all. That doesn't help find him, because none of us truly know. None of us truly know. And we're not going to know, honestly, in my opinion, until we find Sebastian. But I think we can do a lot together. I think we can do much more together than we can independently. I really do, because the whole world doesn't need to be on one person's shoulders. This is all of our load to bear. And that's the one reason too why I'm always very supportive of Seth, because I know that sometimes he feels like he has the whole world on his shoulders. And that's the last thing I want him to feel, because I would never, as a parent, as a mother, ever want to feel like that. Like I had the whole world on my shoulders, and I felt like that before. And it sucks. And especially when there's two over here acting a fool and you're just trying to do what's best for your child. I would never leave anybody out in that ocean like that by themselves. And Talks to Angels says, my granddaughter is missing. Oh my goodness. My granddaughter is missing as of Wednesday. She's 17 from Fort Worth. All right. If you want to email me a picture, if you feel comfortable doing that, Talks to Angels, send me a picture and I'll make a flyer for her. 17 Fort Worth, Texas. Or I can just post it on my page with no picture if you'd like. And, that's totally fine. She ran away and stole from my sister, but we just want her to get help. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I'm going to be praying for you and your sister and for her to come back. And I understand that, gosh, these kids sometimes, that's a lot. Her name is Jaden Camille. Aw. Well, that's a beautiful name. I always like the name Jaden. Camille is a beautiful name as well. Thank you. Thanks, Talks to Angels. We're going to make sure we get that word out. So if anybody sees a young lady, what color is her hair and her eyes? Yeah. Yes, thank God for that, Kathy, that they're off the streets. And that's the thing, like a lot of these people work in positions of power, positions with children. I mean, look at that one guy out of Arkansas, Devil's Den. I couldn't believe that guy. Like, I was watching it on Josh's channel, and he's like, this guy was a teacher. And I'm like, oh, for who? And it's like 3rd grade. And I'm like, oh, hell to the no. Like, what is this? And I'm not bashing male teachers. I think there needs to be good men out there that are care about these kids and is good, positive male role model. Because some kids don't have that at home. Same thing with the mom, teachers are so very important. And then you have this utter psychotic, like, I mean, he's scary as hell. He looks scary. And he took the lives of two parents that had recently moved there, and he was trying to get to their kids, and they fought to the death, right, to keep their kids safe. Yes, YouTuber, thank you. So sorry for what you're going through with your granddaughter. Hope she contacts you very soon. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, YouTuber. And that's the thing. I mean, That is so scary. It is scary. I hope she's found soon. Says Detroit. Thank you, Detroit. Yeah, absolutely. Especially since all the neighbors say they never saw him and didn't know who he was. Text girl cowboy up, or excuse me, text cowgirl up. I think of Cowboy Up. 38. You're right. You're right. And that's the thing too. You know, it was like they didn't want anybody to know what Sebastian looked like in the neighborhood, so they kept him inside. In my opinion, now that I look back on it, right, I start thinking in these ways that maybe it isn't just a coincidence, or maybe Sebastian would have had tons of friends if they would have allowed for it. But again, I keep thinking, you know, if my child was autistic or on the spectrum, or had any different kind of ability, and I hear Chris Proudfoot belittling his own stepson in the yard, I'm not letting my child go over there to be belittled, you know, and I would call on it. I would call it in. You know, that's such a great point. Thank you so much. Oh, 5'5" and 140, guys. 5'5", 140. She's beautiful. Aw. Blue eyes, blonde hair. Blonde, brown hair. Yeah, she sounds beautiful. Goodness sakes. And it's so scary because you never know. I mean, um, yes, it is. Yes, it is. And it's just the channel name without the apostrophe. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get that out. I'll share it on my Facebook too. Because that's so important. Oh goodness. Does she have like maybe a boyfriend that maybe came and picked her up or something? Aw, that's so great. Thank you so much. If you can print a flyer, I have a lot of family in Texas, could send it to them. That's fantastic. And I know a lot of our viewers are from Texas too. Like a lot of our community members here are Texas. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm 30 miles west of Weatherford and about 60 west of Fort Worth, Texas. So I believe, or so I will definitely share it. Thank you, C-Town Chat. That's wonderful too for you to be able to share that too. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Gosh, hey, Juicy Jules. It's so hard to know, especially with the teenagers. See, and that's what I was thinking with Sebastian. You know. Thank you, Texas Cowgirl Up. Thank you. That guy looked like there was definitely something wrong with him. You can see it in his eyes. Scary for sure. Yeah, it was the eyes for me too. And then just like he was, he had kind of like a weird, like almost like he couldn't be trusted, like in his smile or something, like maybe like a snide kind of like. But he jumped around from school district to school district. That's another thing, they couldn't really figure him out, you know. And then he goes off and does something like that, you know. YouTuber says, in my opinion, they isolated Sebastian to try and prevent him from exposing the abuse of him and their other nefarious deeds. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Because, you know, he had a lot of marks on him. You know, the mark that was in the optimism, that looked like a thumb, you know, like as if somebody grabbed him by the neck. The mark in the back of his neck that was hidden again. We have the one picture that, you know, our good friend Freebird here, you know, I'll never forget her saying, you know, lady, he just looks haunted in that picture. That was his school picture. He should be so happy. Remember how proud he was to talk to his father and say, I need to look so handsome for my picture, you know. Um, he looked handsome, but he also looked very like he had like a morning with an abusive situation that happened, in my opinion. And the only reason that I know that is because I've been in that situation. And then you have to, like, you know, literally go to school, you know, or go to work, and you've just been in a horrific situation at home. Um, it's not right, you know. It's not right. And he had a mark on his lip right here that they said was chocolate milk. I don't know if it was or not, but then you notice right here he's got a bit of a shiner, that looked like it was healing up. You know it? It's okay. The police couldn't do anything because she's technically not a minor anymore. Yeah, that's what's tough, right? In certain places, it depends. It depends. It's 17 sometimes. Um, jeez. We're gonna get her awareness out. We will. No, no, no. Don't worry. Talk to angels, please. This is what we're here for. Like this is what the community's all about. Like just helping people, helping these kids. Because out there we don't know what they can encounter. Like this world is so crazy. You just don't know. And yeah, for her to be found as soon as possible. I know that you guys have to be so worried. Yeah, well, and at least people will know, Ebola, be on the lookout. Exactly, Lori. Yes. Exactly, Miss Ann, too. Yeah, that's it. Well, and sometimes it's like at 17, we think that we know, right? We think that we know everything. I certainly did. I thought I knew everything when I was 16 and driving, like, ooh, I'm free, like I can do whatever I want. No. But in that, I mean, yeah, it happens. It happens all the time. Um, I think it's become an investigation because his teacher or someone at the school spoke up, yeah, early on about the CPS reports, in my opinion. Brenda, I think you're right, because his teachers were very vocal, right? Uh, his eighth grade teacher came out and spoke, and then even, the high school teachers, the school resource source officer spoke with Seth. I mean, they were absolutely coming forward and saying, whoa, 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 wait a minute. Sebastian is on the spectrum, but if you saw him walking down the street, you would think he has no deficits at all. Also, Sebastian is sweet, smart, and kind. And then they were bringing out all kinds of news footage talking about, like, hey, Sebastian does have kids at school and they're wondering where he is. And not only that, the kids in the community are looking for him and asking about him. I remember all the stories that people were being interviewed. And the one lady said, my daughter's asking Mama, is Sebastian hungry? Is he cold? Is he okay? Kids have that compassion. They understand, and I agree. They were trying to bust up that narrative. So I can see where that could have definitely happened like that, where the teachers were like, whoa, let me tell you about Sebastian, what we know to be true. That's right. We don't want any child missing. That's right. And even a person, what I mean, there's been so many cases too where there's been older people, and it was hard to get the missing persons case filed because of the age of the person, right? Because if it's like a 25-year-old, they're able to be wherever they are of their own free will. So it makes it really difficult. But yeah, and we all know when even when you have older kids and your kids are older, they're always your baby, always. You know, it never changes. You always want to protect them no matter what. Heck, I feel like I went from 16 to 61 overnight. Definitely goes way too fast. That's for sure. That's for sure, Towncha. I feel like that too. I feel like that was like such a long time ago, but when I think about it, it's went by so fast. And then also, like I said, I mean, I just remember being very, headstrong a teenager, and that's what I think of. Um, but yes, definitely send me that talks to angels, and I'll get that put out here as soon as I get off of here. um, Brenda Calvert says not only that, Lady F, but the school probably made the CPS reports, then Sebastian disappeared, so I would think that they would naturally think that maybe the reason he disappeared, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. Could you imagine being the, the ones that had just called and then knowing that, this was going on? And oh, I agree with that. I do. I do. And who knows how long it took for that to come out, because, CPS doesn't raise their hand and be like, oh, yeah, we're the ones that were on that missing kids case, or that kid's case that's now missing. Like, they don't do that, right? They lack accountability big time. And, I really think that needs to change, that. And if there's a kid that's missing, by God, uh, don't label them as a runaway. Don't label them as a runaway, please. That is, oh my goodness, Detroit. Thank you so much for your prayers. You guys are awesome. Great. Talk to angels. Yeah, just no rush. I'm just, wanted to get out as soon as possible. Um, and then Miss Ann, I got you coming too. I promise. I promise. I promise. I really needed to kind of just take a step back, guys, because I don't want this to be like some getting up here ranting and stuff. I know sometimes it can feel good to get it off your chest and stuff, but I know that I'm preaching to the choir here. I know that you guys are all great people, and that's what I was struggling with this last couple of days. I'm like, I have a great community of people that don't need to be scolded for the shit that other people are doing, and I'm not the one to do it. Look, I'm not perfect either, so it's like I hate getting up here. I don't want to feel like I'm on a soapbox, or especially, I don't know half the crap that's going on sometimes, and sometimes I choose to, you know, again, disconnect from it and, not go in the chats or whatnot. But thank you, Lori. Yeah. I mean, I know you guys understand, and I know you do. And I so appreciate it. And I think that we're all in the same boat. And I think that if we can all recognize that we're all in the same boat, and that we're going to, make sure that each other stays afloat, so to speak. If we start thinking that we're against each other, that's detrimental. We have to keep going. Hey, Seth, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, self-preservation. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, and I know everybody has it in their heart for Sebastian. It's like, it's very unselfish. You know what I mean? A selfish person wouldn't care. They just wouldn't. They would say, I don't want to hear about it. That's depressing. I hope he comes home, but otherwise I don't want to hear it. There's a lot of people out there that would rather not hear it, which is not, I don't see that getting us anywhere, you know? Oh, I would love, we do need to get a panel. We do need to get a panel together. We do. We do. We need to have a live panel with a lot of creators on the same page with wanting to find Sebastian. Yeah. And get everything together. Compare notes. Yeah, absolutely. All of our findings, etc. Yeah, we could definitely do that. I am so open to that. I am. Oh, hindsight. See, hindsight. Yeah, hindsight. My hat's always off to you and your research, girl. I'm telling you. Because it's so hard, and too, like with the rabbit holes that'll, you go down, it'll create another rabbit hole, and you go down that one, you go, so it's like, oh, it's tough. Brenda says this case is frustrating, and I think we all have had to take a few days off from it, but I think of Sebastian every day, and I hope that this is the day that he's going to be found. Yeah. And I know a lot of people, and I know a lot of us still go to our YouTube, is first thing we wake up, type Sebastian's name in there, what's going on. There's been times where I've had 10 messages on my phone or something like that when I wake up, and I'm like, what's going on? I get alerted. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, something happened, because eventually it will. I know, in my opinion, and I'll just say that there have been mistakes, major mistakes that have been made here, major mistakes that are really undeniable. And as soon as those can be brought to light and corroborated, and as soon as law enforcement, in my opinion, starts taking this stuff seriously, you know, it's on. It's on like Donkey Kong, and they better watch out, because what's going to come down on those who have done something to Sebastian, I pity them, you know. Aw, thank you, Detroit. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, sometimes that's all we can do is pray. But then after we find that clarity, then we can find solutions too. And you know, there's always a solution to every problem. I always think of it that way. Even if it seems like it's not, even if people are butting heads and people are going back and forth, and I'm like, what's the solution though? Because yeah, there's issues. It's obvious things need to be tangled up or untangled, excuse me. Things are tangled up, they need to be untangled. But what is the solution? Because there's always a solution. There's always a silver lining. There's always a solution. And it just takes us all to take a step back, swallow our pride, and realize, look, if somebody's showing me this information and they have receipts, I think it's a safe bet that they've done their due diligence at the very least. And, you know, be respectful. You know, that's all. I hope he didn't get no raise either. I can't believe he had the audacity to ask for a darn raise. I can't believe it. I hope Graphic did not get his raise. Oh, Lord. I can't believe that he would ever ask for that. Like, especially being as new as he is, and he didn't even earn his position. He ran unopposed. That's why he's in there. That's why he's sitting pretty. SI officer says, I keep praying, but I'm still frustrated, and I'm certainly getting tired of crickets and them not doing their job. I think we need to expose what we know as a community. I agree with that. I agree. Yeah. And, you know, I think my biggest frustration as of late is just the fact that they're allowing for all of this crap to go down. You know, there's laws on that sort of thing. And when a stepfather, you know, I'm being nice, is getting people's personal information, for what? What are you trying to do? You know? I mean, they need to stop that. That's illegal. You don't do that. It shouldn't be allowed at all. But they've allowed it. And then he'll sit up there all smug, well, the rumor mill hasn't done anything to advance this case. Well, neither have you. Touche. Find Sebastian. Because last time I checked, this isn't our job. But it is your job, and you have a duty to your community to figure out why one of your community members is no longer there and he just poof disappeared. You know? Yeah, it's frustrating, SI officer. It is. It is. And I get frustrated too. And then I'm like, oh, you know, cops are only human. Da, da, da. There's only so many hours in the day. But, you know, I get sick of giving them the friggin' pass on it. I do, because they don't deserve it. And then you're going to ask for a raise? You got to be kidding me. You have to earn that. You know, there's too much privilege in being handed shit where nobody's had to earn it, in my opinion. You know? I hope someone runs against him this time, Dawn. I really do. Dawn says, YouTuber, I hope he doesn't get elected for sheriff. Yeah, somebody needs to run against him. You know, someone who cares. Someone who doesn't mind, you know, getting their, you know, elbows a little bit dirty and going out there and, you know, doing some good old-fashioned police work, door knocking, pounding the pavement, actually searching the radius around Sebastian's home. If you think that he's still, if you think that he still is out there missing somewhere, please, then go search for him. If you think he walked off, how far do you think he could have gotten by now? Or do you think that some magic spaceship came and got him? Or do you think that some, you know, dark coat guy or some Candyman van came around and grabbed him off the street, because I don't think that's very likely. In my opinion, I would put that very low on possibilities. Is it possible? Sure. But I'd look at Katie. I can't believe it, Brenda Brown. Asking for a raise. Mm-hmm. Oh, well said, SA officer. He has as much audacity as CP getting angered at Seth and all the things that have come out of their mouths. How freaking dare they? Well, and that's it. Very well said. You know, and just that Chris thinks that he's running the show and that we're all supposed to be afraid of him. In my opinion, he looks like a pathetic loser. If I'm looking at the background here of this board, yeah, it's a little investigation board that I made. You look like a dumbass, Chris. I'm not afraid of you. I think you're a coward. I think you like to pick on women and children. I'm not impressed in the slightest. I'm disgusted, actually. He's only the sheriff because the other one passed. Agreed. Aw, Town Chat says, Seth, I have a green spiral notebook dedicated to Sebastian with notes of stuff I have been writing down. I am buying more next time I order Walmart, and I will need it soon. Yeah, girl, notebooks about notebooks. I hear that, Town Chat. This one's a green one. I didn't decorate this one like I did the other one, but my other one says justice for Sebastian and justice for Crystal. And that's, you know, Crystal's case is a prime example of us all coming together and being able to do something positive, even in a negative situation, you know? Exactly. Case in point, JC changing her mind on the flashlight video, and it's credibly pertaining to the case when it's everything except where. I mean, I think it's everything too, as an officer, no doubt in my mind. That's the only questionable activity that can't be explained. Explain it to me, and it might not be a focus for me anymore. But until it's explained to me, I know what I've seen with my own two eyes. And you know what I mean, SI officer. You know exactly what I mean. All about the power and the kickbacks. Yeah, absolutely, Kathy. And it's really upsetting about the privilege part of it, because now we see what happens when, you know, you just give somebody something and they don't earn it. It's like giving a 16-year-old a fucking Camaro and saying, here you go. Did they earn it? Did they work for it? No. They're going to crash the son of a bitch. I'm sorry. They're just going to. Give a 16-year-old a Camaro and they're going to crash it. You know? Thank you, Lori. I'm sorry, guys. My mouth is out of control. It would have been way worse if it had come up before. But I mean, that's just the way I think of it, right? Like, if I see a parent and I'm like, oh, they're going to give that young man who just got his driver's license a brand new, you know, sports car. I mean, no. Now, if it's a situation where you and granddad, or you and, you know, your dad, or whoever, maybe your mom's into that kind of stuff, you know, you build it as a family thing and then they give it to you when you're 16, that's earned. That's worked for. There's a big difference. It's a big difference when you have to pay insurance on it, or when you have to make payments on it, right? It's a whole nother ball game. You're going to take care of it because you earned it. Asking for a raise. Bill or Detroit says, sometimes you got to bang on a lot of doors, rattle their cages. I hope something comes to light. This place called Tennessee seems more like hell every day. FBI and the marshals need to get busy. Yeah, I would say so. I would say there's enough for them to step in at this point, especially when we have a stepdad who was going interstate, right? He was going out. He's been out of state, you know, And they've traveled out of state several times as well, in my opinion, allegedly. Padded pockets always helps to turn the cheek. Yes, I agree. Turning a blind eye, in my opinion, is disgusting and sick. And they're going all, they're all going to get caught and lose their jobs, in my opinion. There's a deep investigation. Well, and, I don't see how they couldn't have more information on what was missed in the beginning, especially when somebody is so adamant and so, in my opinion, ignorant and stubborn to just say, nope, we're still operating under the fact that Sebastian walked off. Well, then you'd be searching around his home, wouldn't you? So where did he end up from there? That is so weak, you know? Yeah, I agree. Hey, Seclusion Works. Good to have you, hon. I have been very quiet in the chat after sticking my foot in my mouth. No, no, you didn't. You're fine, girl. Everybody says stuff. Look, we're gonna get it wrong in this case. There's no. That's another thing that I could say for certain, that we're gonna get it wrong at times. And I put my foot in my mouth too. I'm like, why didn't Katie eat a steak? Well, she did eat food later. I only saw part of the video, so it's okay. Yeah, totally. And she says, however, the actions of the Proudfoots and Ellie points to collusion. I see that. I mean, I do see that pointing toward that direction. I don't think it's complete naivety, because we're not dealing with a sheriff who is like a rookie, right? He's been a detective, he's been a beat cop, and he's been the motorcycle cop. I mean, he's been all of it. So it's not that he doesn't have the experience or the education, in my opinion. He's also been in the reserves for, much of his adult life. That's awesome. I just bought a green one too for all the information on his case. Yeah. Yeah. It's, that's Sebastian's color. That's his color. Sheriff Snuggle Struggle. God, he's a jerk. I'm telling you, that comment alone ticks me off. And people, that was a long time ago. Well, he hasn't shown to be any different, in my opinion. Seclusion Works says collusion between two parties over a missing child is dangerous game. Goes back to being quiet. Thank you for being here. Seclusion, you can always talk anytime in the chat. I hope you know that. You're always respectful and your comments are smart. You know what I mean? And I respect that. Oh, thank you so much. I got the info on Jaden just now. Talks to Angels. I will drop the information and a link from the time frame so we can get some information on her. Thank you, Hindsight. You're awesome. You're the best. Yeah. That's what the community is all about, guys. That's what we're here for. We're not here to fight amongst each other. We're here to help with people, give them a helping hand, lend an ear, lend a shoulder. That's what people need. We don't need to bash each other. We don't need to hurt each other. In my opinion, LE, us playing a dangerous game, letting them run amok and do whatever they want, someone is going to get hurt. And that's my biggest fear, Robini, especially when it's people who obviously don't have like a whole lot of marbles rolling around up there. They don't get it. Like, you literally were just in court and told that you went too far and that you need to stop and that you're in trouble now for life, a lifetime. Right? Okay, I'm not going to elaborate. You guys know what I'm talking about. But they still run amok. And, we're not going to bother this lady anymore. We'll go to this lady. Ooh, don't get me started. Because the P word is going to fly out of my mouth. And I need to behave already with that. Thank you, Hindsight. I'm going to go back. I'll come back to chat for that. And I always leave my chat replay on, guys, just so you know. So if there's any information in here that you need, just go back to the chat replay. Thank you. I will share that too. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, and that's the thing, it doesn't matter. Like, anything could happen. Anything could happen out there. And I appreciate you letting us know. I really do. And trusting us to share that information. I really do. Thank you. And we're going to pray for you too. Um, golly. And, 17's a kid for me, you know. Absolutely. God bless you too. And we're going to be praying for you. Let us know. Keep us updated. And definitely, email me anytime. And, you know, yeah. Hey, we're better together than we are apart, guys. I'm just saying that, and I know it to be true. Even though sometimes we don't all get along, and there's times where we have to love each other from afar, but that doesn't mean that we have to hate each other. You could still you could still be upset with somebody's actions and still care for them, right? And not want anything bad. It doesn't have to turn vindictive and ugly and you know tit for tat all the time. It doesn't have to always go there. Sometimes you gotta stick up for yourself. Ah, there you go, YouTuber. Yeah, that's a great idea. Thank you, YouTuber. Yeah, see, and that's the thing. That's something that I would never think about. And here's YouTuber on the save. I mean, hello. That's what I mean. Like, none of us know everything, and by God, we're better together. We're better together. SI officer says, Seth, if you are still here, can you answer something the weekend? Sebastian went missing. Did you have to swap because you had work? Someone was curious and we were questioning it. Thank you. See, and it's my understanding, SI officer, that was like a misunderstanding, but I'll wait and see if Seth's still in here. But thank you. I appreciate you asking questions. And that's the thing too, we're not always going to know everything, and getting, clarification, YouTuber, getting, she says better together forever. Um, getting clarification is a big one too, because there's been so much said and it's been so long, right? I mean, we're a year into the case, and the waters have been muddied, in my opinion, and a lot of times too, when we're on live streams and like we're in the chat and stuff, like I'm not paying as good of attention, and I'll always go back and watch a live again. Absolutely. And sometimes I've told people, don't watch it on 2x speed, watch it on regular speed. But sometimes you can get away with going a little bit faster, but it's always like, how I am. I'm like slow jamming everything, looking for those little micro expressions and everything. That's right. Networking to help find a missing children. And there's so many kids out there, right? Like, there's so many channels that I will just see the flyer and I just repost it, right? Because, I don't even care if people are going back to that other person's, page. It's like, well, good. They're the one that posted it first, which is good. I wouldn't know about it if not. There's a lot of Facebook groups that I'm part of now that I wasn't before, that have like missing posters or old cases, or hey, this is a Jane Doe, things like that, and I have to be better about reposting those, because it's just really important. If it was one of us, if it was one of our kids, if it was one of our grandkids, our nieces or nephews, anybody, if it was our neighbor, um, you know, that's one thing that they always, in those prepper shows too, I'll tell you, which is funny because I'm not a prepper, but I do like watching the shows where they would show you all their stuff, and then they would like score the person at the end. Well, the people that would get the highest scores, and the preppers started realizing this, were the people that had a pool of other people, right, that were also in their network, right? For lack of a better way to say it. And those are the people that got a higher score. The people that were like, oh, it's just me and like, you know, my family or whatever, because there's strength in numbers, and that's the reason why. And then they realize that, like, yeah, because what if a big group of people decides to come and take over your camp, and it's only you, your wife, and your 2 kids? You don't have any but no reinforcements. You don't have extra people. We need each other. We need each other. We do. You know, I mean, it's undeniable. It's hard to trust. It's hard to trust, and we have to be careful who we involve ourselves with, no doubt about it. But we need each other, because obviously you're not going to want to trust somebody with your stockpile. If you know, you have to pick people you trust. But in the same way, it's just the way it is. Oh, that is so true. Hindsight. Everyone has their own specialty that if we put them all together, we could do so much more. Yes. And I think everybody has something to bring to the table. You know, that's why I try hard not to be like, well, those morons, you know, Sasha, I love you. But it's fun. It's funny because I try really hard because, you know, you just never know. You could be underestimating somebody that could really help solve things. And again, like I said, I got a renewed spirit whenever I was watching about the Watts case, right? Because it wasn't law enforcement. They weren't worried about investigating anymore. They had a confession, right? He was trying to save, you know, NK's behind, in my opinion. You know, I get it. You know, I might be wrong in that, but I think he was just trying to take responsibility and all of that, you know, and he did, you know. And so they weren't worried about it, but the sleuths were like, wait, let's make sure, like, let's see, because there was some controversy, especially in his statement saying that Shanann did it to the kids and he went in and took her life, you know, blah blah blah, because in my opinion he was lying. He might not have been, but he's since, you know, explained that he did in fact do all of this in great detail and disturbing, horrible detail, in my opinion. But yeah, it was sleuths that were like, I want the proof, right? Because the truth is important. It really is. And proof is important. You know, those are the things that are really, I mean, the evidence needs to be there. Seclusion, you're a prepper. That's cool. You have a 6-month supply. Yeah, see, that's really cool. Like, I think that's smart. You know, I kind of was always just interested. Or there was one show where they had like the life straws or whatever, and they were using those and seeing like how far they could make it. Like, you know, when shit hits the fan, you know, you guys know what I'm talking about with preppers. But you know, they were seeing how fast that, you know, she could make it from one place to the other. They were showing how you could like take a bandana and charcoal and make your own life straw kind of thing and purify your own water. I think that's super valuable. You never know when you're going to need something like that. Seclusion Work says, I also belong to a group of people where I am assigned to the medical team since I am medically trained. Yeah, see, that's great. And that's what I mean, like sticking together, right? And then, you know, it's kind of like when we watched, or I don't know how many of you guys watched The Walking Dead, you know, but you kind of see that in The Walking Dead. And I think that was probably what really got me interested in the preppers. Because I'm like, if an apocalypse does happen, you know. And the best part is you have to be quiet. So you have to be a little bit more cunning, right, with those zombies, because if they hear you, they're going to come after you. So you can't just be like, well, I would buy the biggest bazooka, you know, because that's not going to work in that situation, you know. Yeah, the bunkers are cool too. YouTuber, you just reminded me of that. That's cool. I'm curious about the Roman, I almost said collection as well. Wow, that's cool. Kathy says she's 2 years stocked up. Wow, that's really neat. Yeah, an ex of mine's parents built a bunker back when Y2K hit. Well, that was another thing, Rob Beanie. Yeah, good point. Yeah. That was another part where people were like, oh, we gotta, we don't know what's gonna happen. Everything, the grid's gonna go down and but there's a lot of things that can happen, like whatever, solar flares. And yes, I do too. YouTuber. I don't know if it's just like, that kind of like curiosity or something, and they did such a good job on The Walking Dead. I thought just like the first episode was like a mini movie. So you just kind of got like really involved in the characters, and it was great. Well, and I also, like, my friends and I would watch it all together. We'd have watch parties and stuff. So, that's why I'm in karate, Robini says. Night of the Living Dead. Yeah. That's awesome. That is so awesome. Yeah, there's actually a boxing studio like not even a block away from me. It's great. I need to get my butt down there. For the days that aren't so good. Oh. Hindsight says, ask me to research, but don't ask me to cook. See, I love to cook. I do. You should see like the gadgets I have. I have so many gadgets. And I was actually thinking about that the other day because I have a dehydrator. And I was thinking I need to get that out of my storage so I can start doing, just whatever with it. I mean, I've made jerky and different things. It's a little different here. You can't really I don't think there's deer that you can actually cook or whatever, but I did deer jerky the one time and it was, I'd want to try it again. I'd want to do it again. Yeah, right. And see, that's the thing about it. Seclusion work. That's a great point. During the pandemic, I was more than ready. I sat back and watched the panic buying. People were like hoarding the weirdest things they would. But actually, there's a lot of good uses for toilet paper that I did not know until I watched the preppers, and I was like, oh, you can put that in a coffee can and then make it into a candle, and it's supposed to last. Like, there's a lot. It's really smart. Really, really smart stuff in there. Little Miss Sharon says, I could live in a bunker, no problem, but my cat and 5 horses would complain. I know, right? What would we do with the fur babies? I mean, you'd have to have some sort of waste management. Well, for anybody, I mean, you would have to have that. They're really elaborate and cool, though, some of the things they come up with, you know what? Laughed, ate my snacks. I'm glad. Seclusion. I like put a smile on your face. And my aunt says, I'm sorry. Detroit says my aunt was a prepper, and when she passed away, she had over 1,000 cans of tuna and 2 freezers full of meat. Wow. They had to get rid of it, and unfortunately, because it was old. I know. And that's the thing. I would always be like, remember to rotate. So I come from restaurants, and stuff. So I'm like, rotate your stock, rotate it out so it stays fresh. But some of those MREs and stuff, like they stay, I mean, now I've eaten them before. This is coming from a picky person. I can be picky sometimes. And so, not my favorite, but, I mean, it's food. If you're hungry, you're going to eat it. That's the whole thing. Really quick too before I hop off of here, guys, because I am enjoying this conversation too. It's funny. There was a lady. Well, they had like a whole farm set up, right? And they had whatever kind of livestock and whatnot. And the lady was having a really hard time because she didn't want to have to shoot the livestock and make it into food or whatever. And they were kind of building her up to it. The husband was, and the kids were preppers, blah blah blah. But it was so cute though, because she was just like, I just don't want to do it, and she's like, I can't, I don't know. And I'm like, secret is you don't really have to, yet, but she's preparing herself to do it. That's what they're all about, right? Preparation. But I thought that was really cute, because that would be me. I totally eat meat all day, but ask me to do any of that part, I'm like, that's right. I'm like, I don't want to do that because, I don't want to kill Babe the pig. But I do like bacon. So catch 22. I could grill plenty of stuff with the horse poo. Little Mama Sharon. That was another thing that I realized that like there was somebody that had a whole deal with it. I can't even remember now exactly what it was, but their garden was like self-sustaining with like, yeah, everything was, well thought out. So I agree, you could do that. Oh, crud. It just sent that little link. I don't know why they do that. See, and I'm so picky with tuna. I'm so picky with tuna. That's one thing I'd be like, is there any albacore options? Do we have mahi available? I'd be the worst complainer ever if that happened. People would be like, would you just shut up and eat and be grateful that you have food right now? Because what's wrong with you? Yeah, that's homegrown veggies. See, I have a whole canning thing. I have a whole canning thing that I bought. I've never canned anything in my life. I was like, I'm gonna do it, because it was just like a little set, and I was like, I could just try anything. Now, I lied. I can do pickles. I've made pickles before, homemade, but I love pickles, so I was like, let's do this. Oh, crock pot, exactly, hindsight. Yeah, and there's so many like easy meals you could do. I wanted to get one of those Instapots because I heard those were really cool, and I don't have an air fryer, but I would really like to get one. I used to have like one of those little fryers, but then I was like, I don't know how healthy this is, like if we're eating fried food a lot, so I didn't buy another one when that one was old. But I would do olive oil instead of the other oil, so I don't know if that's me just justifying the fact that I like fried food or what, but that's a good idea. Yeah, my aunt told me to save all the box wine bags and fill them with water because it would be like the bladders that they have. Yeah, see, that's like something that, you know what I mean? Like, that's so resourceful. You never know. That's because that's one of the big things, right? Is like clean water and then also food and then just surviving. And then worried about other people trying to take your stuff that you built up. Um, Yeah, and that's a good idea. Yeah, with the Amish. Yeah. Well, because they make all their stuff too. Oh, I might have missed it, town chat. I got behind in the chat. Let's see. I asked this earlier. I don't know if I got a reply, but do you know if KP has a new tattoo on the back of her leg? I do not know. I do not know. The only one that the most recent one that I've seen her show is the one on her arm that she got with Sebastian or for Sebastian, and it's the heart that turns off and then it goes to a cross like that. But it's like a heart and then it has a cross on it. I don't know if I'm doing that right. I could probably draw a picture and it wouldn't be very good. But yeah, I'm not sure. That's a good question. I'm just surprised she didn't get Sebastian's name on that one. But I'm not criticizing. She can get whatever tattoo she'd like, but yeah. Oh gosh, then you're gonna have to let me know how to do it, Detroit. Yeah. Cool. Smoke a lot of meat and fish. Yeah. Yeah, that is so cool. Yeah. I mean, I would love to learn how to do that. Because I think it's super valuable. And also I like to, grow things. And here I think it's probably like I could do it anytime. I mean, it does get cold in the winter, I will say. Cold for here, not freezing cold like, Detroit or Chicago, but um that's so cool. Officer says I do make jewelry, I can paint, I love photography, have all the intentions of the world, shabby chic but never finish. Yeah, no, I'm like that too though. I like to paint as well. Um and do crafting and all of that kind of stuff. I've not made jewelry though a whole lot. I mean, I used to do like the little braided bracelets and stuff. But yeah, that's very cool. I wish I was a better photographer. I've never been really great at photography. That's one thing I was never great at. No one cares. No one cares if the world's ended which oil you use. That's too funny, little Michelle. And yeah, you need a couple extra, pounds on you, if you're not getting to eat. Oh my gosh, and how picky I would be. I can't eat that tuna. It came out of a can. Oh Lord, you know. Oh, hindsight says, which part of her leg are you referring to? See, I didn't see that earlier, Tom Chat. Thank you for asking. Ooh, tomatoes. That sounds really, really good. See, I would love to can tomatoes. I love tomatoes. Yeah. I know, SI officer, because you do have to make sure. Well, the one thing on the ball jars and stuff, I know that if the button pops or whatever, like that's the one thing. I'm always afraid of pulling them out of like the boiling, like of the Dutch oven and stuff. Like that's always my biggest fear, that I'm gonna like pop a glass and it's gonna be like everywhere, and I've made a huge mess, and I have nothing to show for it. Yeah, I need to go to the thrift store and get one. Yeah, Detroit says I saw like 20 air fryers at the thrift store. I need to get one. Yes, yes. They work really, like I've seen the way they work. Like my neighbor had one, and she was like, "Look, I'm gonna cook this pizza for the kids," and she just like puts it in there and it's done. And I'm like, "Oh, neat." It kind of saves on like the gas and stuff too. Oh, a TikTok. Okay. Right leg calf. Okay. I need to be better on TikTok. You guys know that. I'm bad. I'll check it out. Yeah, there's a lot of things, Kathy. We dehydrated a lot of things, fruit, herbs, and also veggies. Yeah, that was a big one for me that I wanted to do, because I saw like these fruit roll up things that you could do, just like with fresh, fruit and stuff. Um, and yeah, herbs, it was a big one, because I had a pretty big herb garden, um, that I like to just pick off everything from. I mean, I had basil, I had everything, um, and veggies. Yeah. Yeah, and some of that stuff is so good. I don't know. It's just like a fun snack too. Good night, Brenda. Thank you for being here. Thank you all so much. I'm going to go ahead and hop off too, guys. I love you all so much. Let's keep the word out. Let's work on doing something like that where we all get together, of a day, and, you know, set a table out, set flyers out, spread awareness in front of, you know, our choice of we'd really have to organize it, but I don't think it would be that difficult if we just get together and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. And, however many flyers we can get out in one day, and awareness in our own community, to our own officials. I mean, I think that is like, Sasha, well done. Well done, my friend. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, Robini. Good night. And I think we could do it. I think I know that we could do it. It's absolutely doable. Yeah, I need to go see too. I'm going to check that out. Good night, Dawn. Thank you for being here. Good night, Hindsight. Thank you so much. And Mama Marissa and BMW Coop, I know you guys are sleeping. Trent, I know you're sleeping. But I appreciate you guys so much. So, so, so much. And like I said, I'm going to be pushing some content out this weekend, because things are going to be a little bit back to normal. I just, we need to keep it focused. But you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your evening, and I will send that over to you too, Town Chat, when I'm done with the flyer. Or if you want to make up one too, you are awesome at doing the flyers as well. The green one that you guys always see in my videos and stuff, even as of the most recently, is that was all Town Chat Cafe. She did a wonderful, beautiful job on those. So ooh, heirloom tomatoes from all over the world. Oh, Detroit, girl, if we live next to each other, we would be old ladies gardening and canning our vegetables all the time. That's fantastic. I love it. Yeah, I love tomatoes. There's like so much great stuff you could do, or like canning salsa. Like that was another thing I wanted to do, is can salsa. Oh, just don't even get me started on food, guys, because I could talk. All right. Well, I love you guys so much. Again, thank you, and let's keep up the great work on ideas about Sebastian. Let's stick together. You know, let's kumbaya. You know. All right. Thank you, guys.